future jobs, industrial demands, and also benchmarking. So can you guide us in this as we do our practice? So having said all this, once again, I wish all of you attending the workshop this morning. Congratulations, you have shown your continuous commitment in accepting your roles and responsibilities as a member of the faculty and Winter University College, and hope you have a fruitful and successful workshop. Last but not least, I'd like to thank our two facilitators here for be with us, in the name of sharing, and the name of sharing and giving, because I think education has to be shared as we move forward. So thank you once again, Assalamualaikum, and happy workshop, hopefully the deliberation or whatever you have today is of use. Thank you. Goodbye.
Itu yang berbahagia untuk Bibi. Okay, thank you for the speech. It's very in-depth, showing how congratulating us how we are very committed in ensuring that our quality education is really there. So without further ado, we would like to invite our CEO just to say a few words for coming everyone here for this workshop.
Good morning. I would like to welcome our guests, and then for good morning for Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Siti Saudina, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ahmad Datuk Puspa, member of the commission. It's a good opportunity, and I welcome this. I forgot to recognize our my I think it's a time also to have people. I'm very happy that I have managed to have this type of workshop. I recognize that we somehow have to admit that we are not well versed on the OBE. This is the weakness that we have. The problem now, we have to train the new lecturers to enter in our faculties to understand OBE, to help them to design the curriculum and monitor the curriculum. We cannot depend on other people. It's a waste to outsourcing our curriculum to other people. This is a good opportunity. I hope participants will learn hard and then will be able to save time. The important time is to save our time and also to meet our requirements. Same with the question paper. We have to do the same thing. We have to save time to preparing the question paper. And another one to make sure that our question paper design and assign according to our outcome, our OBE. It's more important. Otherwise, we will upset our curriculum. This is the more important thing. So I will take the opportunity to thank you again, and then I already discussed with our president that we will extend this type of workshop to other faculties, so that other faculties also can get benefit from this exercise. With this, I would like to prolong the speech. And thank you again to the SPA and the management for organizing this workshop. Thank you.
you, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Yusof. A short speech but very in-depth. Next, I would love to invite our beloved Datin Hafiza, who will be very much involved in this workshop as well, to say a few words. Datin.
Good morning, welcome everybody. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Amir Rumit, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ambassador Dr. Muhammad Yusof, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Muhammad, our invited guest, and Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Pushpa Rajan, and also Associate Professor Dr. Nik Zarina, dan our beloved Deputy Dean and coordinator lecturer. This is just to say a few words that our curriculum development quality has been running quite some time from the time Tuan Haji Mansor was around, and now I'm teaching academy. Just to highlight to our CEO that maybe he's not aware, I'm here maybe 10 years. We do have OBE and CEO during, remember Mr. Nazri, the late Mr. Nazri, who used to come and teach us. But again, in year 2019, the end part we didn't conduct. We planned to do in 2020, but when the COVID came, we have not done. Then, of course, it's the first workshop from the invited guest. But last year, we have internal quality audit who conduct online. But online is quite difficult because people love to see face to face. So I think this is a good opportunity that we see face to face. And also nowadays, I remember I was in with LAN from 2003. We have LAN, then we change to Popper, then we said Popper and second edition. It is very challenging now. And also now you have to have assessment spider web, which is a new challenge for us to evaluate in the spider web. I hope you can get some information during this workshop on the spider web too, because we have gone through nearly 12 MQA online. It is a very challenging because the moment they give the feedback, the next time you must give them, or they by afternoon they expect you to give the feedback to them. Until sometime my colleagues, my deans all say that in the 10 to 11 night to give them the feedback. Tomorrow is a evaluation day. It is a very challenging, not like before. So hope that I think you have the congratulations, you have the QAFA already, but for the rest, later you can share with other colleagues of faculty, which we should invite you again. Because of the COVID. So anyway, this is the history of our Lincoln. Of course, it needs that different. We should review every 6 months because the online MQH is very challenging, honestly. Because the OBE, yes, OBE you talk, we got external audit, they come, it's too low, we increase too high. Recently, Master of Medical Science, the auditor said it's too high. So anyway, thank you very much. Whatever it is, it's a challenge for us and for us to study, and whatever it is, we hope to get all the information from both our experts, Prof. Dato', and Prof. Also, so that for future reference and easy like Prof. Dato' BB had mentioned, is a very enhance our knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Datin. With your guidance as well, we can move forward. I think with all the faculties, we need your assistance. Thank you so much, Datin. Next, I would love to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, Chairman Dean of the Council, to say a few words.
Yang berbahagia, Presiden Amia Presiden Universiti College, Datuk Hajar Bibi Warina Abdullah, Pro Chancellor, Yang berbahagia Datuk Saudara Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Abdullah, CEO, Yang berbahagia Dr. Tin, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. It's nice to see familiar faces, my senior, my classmates, my colleague, Adit, and also our ex-student who has joined the camp, and also the rest of the family. Nice to see all of you, and then thank you for inviting us to share our experience, our Iraqian experience. How we do our things at UIPM. And actually, I'm here not as the chairman of this council, I'm here as the dean of UIPM. I happen to be the chairman of this council for the last 12 years. And nobody had all the foods for 12 years. Okay, so we have gone as far as UIPM is concerned. We have gone through many acquisition process. We got now running for dental program itself. We are running about PDFs. We have got 3 undergraduate programs. Then we ran also currently 9 postgraduate programs, and all have gone through initial and provisional and full education. And now 3 more full means 3 more postgraduate. Is going to go to entry level for assessment, and then 2 more undergraduate and I'm sorry for my progress. I mean, as far as the dental program, I think we out of the 13, we are the most dental program offered in the country. Of course, being the biggest dental school in Malaysia, UITM is the biggest in terms of science and academic staff also has 123, which is full-time, all full-time. So no full-time. So we have done a lot. That's why we would like to share our experience, how we do our work, and hopefully this I think being the youngest dental school in Malaysia, with also quite a number of new academicians. Can pick up what he has done so that you can move forward faster and get more. And I understand that also expanding into other programs. So maybe with this workshop, how to design curriculum, exam formulation questions, and because currently the new dental act is implemented, although it's been approved by Parliament, but it's not implemented yet because of the regulations still under review by the minister, by the AG chamber. The reason why we cannot run the new dental act is because of the dental act is very general. The regulation has to be out, and the regulation has to be signed by the minister. Since the dental act approved, has 3 deputy health ministers. So that's why they have no time to go through. So every time I probably had to switch, and you want to come in. So if we have another new minister next year, you will again postpone. That's why in one of the Idental Act, what it said is about PQE, Public Qualifying Exam. Okay, that's why I will be talking tomorrow. But anyway, what I'm saying is things keep on changing. We cannot stick to the past, what we learned, but we have to look what are the new things coming up. So these are a few things that we will see of us. We will share it with today and tomorrow, and we hope that it will be useful. And I know that we have to do curriculum review, and this is a major stuff. It's not easy. Right? So that's all the occasion. Thank you very much, Tamia, for another Lincoln management team for inviting us to share our experience with Lincoln University. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Professor. Thank you for the speech, and we are glad you came aboard just to help us out in this process. Next, I would love to invite Your Professor Dr. Amia, President, to say a few words.
There is no free lunch. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Dr. for coming and helping us. Allow me to be Dr. Maria. I will do it correctly because every time Dr. Nick. I know, that's why I want to correct this guy, Dr. Maria, and Dr. Nick. Really appreciate the three of you coming over and helping us. Not only helping us, you are helping us. The legacy which our former Dean, Professor Redma, has put in hard work for the last 10 years to set up this faculty. I know how hard work she has done single-handedly with our Professor Rasi, two of them only. Starting from Mayan Plaza with one dental chair. And I'm not sure how many of you are aware, only Dr. Didi, myself, know how much hard work Professor Redma has put in. And I want all of you to acknowledge, though she is not around, let's give her. I will never forget how hard work she has put in day and night at that initial stage. The Confucius says, most difficult in everything is the beginning. And Dr. Rahima started that beginning. And some of you may not be aware, I know beginning of everything so many challenges when I really started later. Only 3 students, 3 staff, 3 books. All right? And I had only 10,000 US dollars. That's all I had. But what I had, some kind of determination, some kind of entrepreneurialism that I want to do it. Now, why I want to do it? I have worked in international organizations like UNESCO. I was director of international affairs of Oshawa University, the university in the world. Traveled more than 100 countries, lived in Western countries, worked with them, lived with them, interacted in the remote, most poorest countries in the world, Somalia, Afghanistan, where we are offering our program. After seeing this, I said to myself that human life is not just prestige. It's just not what kind of car I am driving. It's just not what kind of house I have. But my work should be treated as a prayer and meditation. My work should be treated as worship. After looking at all this kind of, I have seen in my life, I was traveling in Rwanda during civil war time, and I saw a man sitting on the street. I can literally count that man's bone and starving. So I had 2 pieces of biscuits in my pocket. I took it out, gave it to his hand, and as he was slowly putting in his mouth, he passed out on my own eyes. That was the most regretful, remorseful in my life. I will never ever forget. I wish I would have put that biscuit in his mouth. After seeing all these kind of life in my own eyes, and I have seen in the US, Canada, how people waste food, how people waste things. So how so much of differences? I said to myself, I want to do something that I can take the education to the remote part of the world. I want to change the life of the human being. And that's where $10,000, that's all I had. But I said, I will do it. I know when I approached Prof. Rahima, I had broken leg on a crash on GH. She had an office in second floor, and she said, okay, come, you see me. And I was in the crash on the second floor of the staircase in GH. I went and saw her. And she did tell me, I'm not an easy person. I said, yes, Prof, I know that. Let's do it together. So, having said that, the beginning is the most difficult. And I appreciate Prof. Rahima and Prof. Rasid. Prof. Rasid, when I interviewed him, I remember 2010, and he came in, he had just finished his PhD in UM, and Prof. Rahima said, you interview him. If you like him, you better take him. And so all I asked him in the interview, if you have difficulties, would you leave me? He said, I remember, as long as you are alive, I'll be with you. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate it. And he has kept his word. Now, our journey of Lincoln, it is not simply an institution of making money, not an institution for making the owners board of directors rich. I want all of you to know this. Our institution, we want to stand in the world a truly educational institution which has true value of education. Prof. Rahima has set a standard that dental faculty is truly recognized as a young faculty. Our students, they go back to UK without examination, they can practice what else should we expect some people? So, from my management, I would expect all of you to keep that legacy of standard, and that's all about education. We have been doing it, OBE, but let me tell you one thing, which I do not know that you will agree with me or not. It's actually, all of you know it. All of us know it. But are we sincere to do it or not? That's the problem. I mean, I'm sure that we will be talking today, tomorrow, whatever they'll be talking, and you will say, okay, I'm doing it, isn't it? But are we sincere to document it? Are we sincere to keep the evidences correctly? That's all we need to do this. So sincerity is most important. And sincerity for what? I would like to share with you, Vidan, can you play one? Just yesterday, I received this WhatsApp message, and I loved it from our co-chancellor. He sent it to me.
You came into this world naked. You're going to leave naked. You arrived into this world weak. You will leave weak. You came without money and things. You will leave without money and things. Your first bath, someone washed you. The last bath, someone will wash you. This is life. So why do we have so much pride, so much envy, so much selfishness? You came into this world naked.
Thank you, Vidan. That's human life. And that's the basis of Lincoln University. Truly. And I don't know, she sent me yesterday afternoon, and I said, I should share with you all. That's Lincoln University. Lincoln University. You have seen, we have suffered quite a lot, but that suffering will not happen if all of us Lincoln staff work together as a team. As a team, it's not me, not mine. As a team, we will go beyond. And I assure you, if we work together as a team, Lincoln will not only be the best in Malaysia, in the world stage. We have already received QS World Ranking under Asia region 351, the only university college in the Asia region in one go, one attempt. Normally people attempt 3-5. In one attempt, we have received that. And it has been achieved because all of your team. So with this, I don't want to take up too much time. Puspa is already giving the signal. Enough is enough. Thank you, Datu, once again for helping us. I know how busy you are in your team. And from the management, appreciation for all of you, and look forward to continue to have such cooperation. It's not for 2 days, in the long run. What I have learned in my life, the educational institutions, they have more collaborations with many institutions. Then the institutions grow. That we want to have. So with this, thank you once again. Let's work together, leave a legacy that we came to this world and left something people will remember. Wow, this person came to the world. Not how much money I have in my bank account, not what car I'm driving, those things will not go with us. That much sure. I'm sure all of you agree with me, right? So let's work for the society, and when we leave, people will remember us. Thank you once again. May Allah continue to bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Amia. A very in-depth speech, and I love it, the fact that we know that dental faculty is well known. Our graduates are well sought out. So congratulations to the founding team and also to the Datuk Yusfa for having to lead this faculty. Datuk, we are invited to say a few words.
I will not take much time. Yeah. I will not take much time, just 5 minutes. I sincerely thank our Pro Chancellor, Dr. BP, with her ever smiling face. You have participated and in the inaugural function, and I would like to sincerely thank our CEO also, and my sincere thanks go to our President, Dr. Amia, who has been very cooperative, helpful to bring up this program very successfully as well. Our hardworking, ever smiling, ever shouting, nothing, who has been with us in the curriculum development program and other things. And I sincerely express my thanks to everybody. And I would also like to say and introduce Professor Dr. Ibrahim, about whom you may not be aware. He has been the long-standing president of the Dental Field Association. Almost from 2018, I have been associated with him. Earlier also, I was studying in some other institution, so I have been associated with him. And I know how he has been helpful, how knowledgeable he is, and how hardworking he has been. And with the scratch, nothing. He has built up this UATM. UATM is in a different small campus, and with his great efforts and organization capacity, knowledge, and other areas, he has built up this institution as one of the best or one of the leading organizations as with so many postgraduate programs, not only for the locals but also for the foreigners. After seeing him, I think he's a legend of the dental programs, legend of the dental education, legend of the dental itself for the whole Malaysia, I can say. I met to see a man who is more knowledgeable than him. It is not an exaggeration. This is my personal experience with him. Not only today, for almost about 15 years or even more. So, I am really happy and I express my thanks to Professor Dr. Ibrahim, who has kindly accepted to come and conduct this curriculum development and review program and other things, and also how to set up an examination. It's not a simple joke, I think. But I am not also well versed with all those things, because every day the trend is changing. When, as our Professor Dr. Ramya said, starting a program is one of the most difficult aspects. Like Professor Rahima, actually I have to thank her a lot because she has built up this dental faculty from scratch to this level, I can say. I don't know what guts and courage she has done, but then I thought of me. When I was asked to come and take up the dean post in PADC, I was the founder dean. There was nothing. From the stage of locating the building to organizing the chair to everything and making all these data and other things, we have been associated and we are able to finish up the program very well. So, as Professor Dato Muhammad Ibrahim told, they have got so many postgraduate programs, innumerable. At least I would prefer to bring at least one or two postgraduate programs in our institution with the help of our Pro Chancellor, the CEO, and our President, Mr. President, and our ever smiling or shouting. Okay, that thing also. Thank you all very much, and I have to sincerely thank our Associate Professor, Dr. Nick, and Dr. Maria. Yes, Dr. Mariati, for having agreed to be with our Dato's team to come and conduct this program. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Puspa, for very motivated and you bright out the day today. So it's a good start for us to start our curriculum review session. Before we start, we would like to give a few supplementals to our speakers and our trainers. With that, I invite Professor Dr. Amina to present the next presentation. With that, I invite Professor Dato' Ibrahim.
Yes, before you start. So basically, they are going to finish very fast.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, one more. One more.
Thank you, Prof. Professor Dr. Marianti, please.
Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, one more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Professor Dr. Nick Sarina.
Okay, thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. With all this opening ceremony come to the closing, we shall start our workshop. I'll hand the mic to Dr. Babu. Thank you, everybody.
So we, so we have to leave.
Can you project the major here? Because it's well, otherwise it moves to one side. Kerja macam apa?
Oh, kerja mana? Ya, kerja mana?
Then I probably I just BGA.
Yeah, we will get that.
Okay, thank you very much. What we will do for today is that first I will give a short sharing experience on how and what to do in a curriculum review, right? Then Dr. Mariati we will share how we did it, and then later in the afternoon, will share on comprehensive care, which is integrated subject, how we did it. And we were the first university to introduce this integrated subject. So, and in PQE, this comprehensive care will be very quite important role in the assessment. Okay, so that's the clear. And then after that, we will have a short discussion at the end of the day, how to move from there. Okay, all right. So what I can share with you here, why curriculum review? Okay, why curriculum review? And okay, curriculum review is not easy task. It's not an easy task. As I said that it will take several, if you want to do it correctly, it will take few months, depending on how you do it, few months. So it's a very challenge, and it doesn't stop there, because how much percentage you do to review your curriculum, you have to get the Senate approval. If more than 30%, it has to go to FQA, and MQA will re-evaluate your program. So it will come out another accreditation process. So it's more than 30%. So that's why we must be careful. Then somebody you ask how you calculate more than 30% or less than 30%. MQA has a guideline we have submitted, they will assess and see assessment, SRC, credit changes. So this is something how they will determine whether it's more than 30% and need a re-evaluation. Okay, so right. How I put it, what is curriculum, why we do curriculum review, when and how. So by addressing this four questions, we hope to finish, I hope to finish the topic this morning. Right, what is the curriculum? Curriculum is an aggregate of courses of study in a school, college or university. So we combine a few subjects to become a program. So what is the difference between a program and a course? Okay. A program will have a course under it. So all the courses will support the PLO of the program. So that's important. So you have a course and then program. So this also becomes a curriculum because the curriculum will consist of assessment, method of assessment method, and of course the delivery, how you deliver the curriculum. So this is what is a curriculum. And then another way is a planned interaction of pupils with instructional content, material, resources, and processes for evaluating the achievement of the curriculum. That means we have to make sure we plan, we deliver, we assess at the end, and then later on we re-evaluate. Evaluate whether how we implement our curriculum or program is effective or not. We call it closing the loop under OBE, closing the loop. Re-evaluate. Sometimes that's why we need to review and get feedback from our stakeholders, our curriculum. So, what is a curriculum review? It's an evaluation process of the current curriculum practices, delivery models, and curriculum tools. So, when we evaluate and review a curriculum, what we okay. When we review curriculum, okay, we should look at the current practices, how it delivery, how it deliver, okay, and then what are the tools that we use in implementing the curriculum, right? And then now we have to make sure the alignment, state of goals, curriculum, and assessment to the current state. So you must ensure that all the assessment is at par with what you're going to deliver especially in the program learning objectives. And does the current curriculum assessment meet the needs of the course? So we must make sure that when you do the assessment, we have to make sure that it is meet the objective of the course. So that's why we have to map the assessment to our course learning outcome. So that means sure that we assess the student what we taught. So this is called assessment mapping. We have to make sure when each question, I think tomorrow we will say this question mapped to which course outcome. That is called mapping, assessment mapping. So we just cannot say just simply think, we want to write the questions, but which question addressing which course outcome. These are things that in the accreditation you see the assessment mapping. Okay, so this is the thing we must know. So the curriculum assessment to meet the course. We cannot just ask. It's not fair to ask things that we did not tell them. But of course, if the student goes for a distinction by then you can ask a bit extra. That's advantage. You go for normal, then you should ask what is being taught. Okay, what is being taught. Okay, next time we move on to what to review. What to review. Okay, people think, oh, we just look at the cost. That's it. You just review the cost. The content, the content, when the cost, review the content of the course. So it's not, that is not all. Okay? That is not all. So besides the content, you should also look at the assessment method. Is the assessment method the current state? Okay. Previously, long time ago, when I was a student in 1980, 51, my senior, my classmate. We also essay, long essay, question, MCQ. But now the assessment method is different. They have best answer question, MEQ, triple jump. Also, I think so we must keep up to date with the way assessment carried out. Not many schools now do long essay. Not many schools now do long essay. Maybe I posted it, but undergrad I can see that have been examined to most universities. Not only one or two. Maybe UM still have long essay the last time, but the rest have moved out from long essay to MEQ, SAQ, OSCE. During our time, we never heard of OSCE. Yeah, you never heard what is OSCE. Then, of course, we implement OSCE some time ago. We implement OSCE, but when we implement OSCE, it's just a moving SAQ. It's not a real OSCE in the sense of what I explained to you. And tomorrow in the exam question, we can see the difference. The OSCE that we ran 10 years ago and we did 2 or 3 years ago. It's different. Okay? So assessment tool, we need to review. We don't stick to just one method of assessment. All right. Now, teaching methodology. We also need to review the teaching methodology. Is it going to be teacher-centered? Previously, it was teacher-centered. One-way traffic. Lecturers stand in front, we have a lecture, okay? And then the other day, go back, give some assessment tutorial. Okay? But now, we have moved to a student-centered. Student-centered, okay? Student-centered. And then we get the student more participate in the teaching methodology. So we have PBL, CBL. Okay, now we have also flipped learning. I'm sure you heard about flipped learning, right? So flipped learning. I remember when I was starting to do PBL in UM, when I was at 15 academic. I don't know what year, one time ago. So we introduced PBL. I started PBL. I was born with the David 15 academic. I was supposed to pass to initiate PBL in UM. So the student, one of the sessions we had the student asked me, we come to the university to learn from you, but in PBL, you are telling us to find the detail to work. Okay? So, what I say to them, okay, when we teach you, you might listen, you might see, but it doesn't go into work. As Chinese say, when you listen, you forget. When you see, you forget. When you listen, you know. No, when you see, when you listen. But when PBL1 you do, you remember. Because in PBL, the student has to find the information, the discussion, they get the facts. When they have to do, they will remember. Okay? So remember when in a lecture sometimes, if you conduct a lecture, especially if the lecture at 4 o'clock, It is at 2 o'clock. If you go to lecture, the students sometimes will be dozing off. Okay? Dozing off. So for me, if I give a lecture at 2 o'clock, or even in the morning, I'm on Saturday, if I saw the student is about to go to sleep, I will come nearer. I mean, the student is a male student, I will touch his shoulder to wake him up. But if it's a female student, I will talk a bit louder. So she because that is if you go teacher center. Okay, student answer the student then what they do at night, they don't come in the morning, they will be sleeping. So, but in PBL, they cannot afford to sleep. Because they have to discuss. Yes, they discuss, and then now with technology, I remember in one of PBL session, one of the students was sitting down and looking at the phones. So I asked, what are you doing? I'm searching for information. Okay, for PBL, they have to search for your right there and so it's not like you're fine. I mean, I thought I have a bad, I thought she's doing something. I think she's searching. So this is the thing, then we get the student active to learn. Then make attention. And now even though we do teaching lectures, but we are encouraging in the student interaction, the lecture to be a bit of variation, like doing quiz, all the things doing that. So they will keep the student attention, and then with the quizzes, they can use their phone, because now we cannot stop from them bringing the phone. Let them bring the phone, but make sure they work with the phone while they are teaching, not do something. So these are things that with the nowadays students, the most they can be in about half an hour. After that, the mind will go as well. So that's why you have to engage them, make them in your class, make them actively participate. There's various tools, quizzes that they can answer online, and project they can see. So they make learning interesting. This learning, in fact, at UITL, I make sure we have a competition for the best lecturer to give interactive learning or something. So this should initiate to make sure the lecturers that give a different variety of teaching methods, not just one way, lecture and go back. Okay? All right, so these are things where we have to provide the method to make learning interesting. And now with COVID, okay, a lot of OBE, distance learning. Previously, sometimes I'm not that keen on this OBE. Because sometimes you online, you just on the computer, but wherever the students we don't know. Unless you introduce quiz, and sometimes they off the camera. You don't know what they are.
Yeah.
You don't know whether they're in the class or not. You don't know, we just on the computer. We assume they are listening to us. But maybe where they go, we do. But interactive discussion, ask questions, take call out their name, then they will know they should be in this. We sometimes last year I went for Viva. What's good about this COVID also? This student in Viva in the car. I was asking questions. She was in the car driving for holiday. So I asked her to something on the camera can see what's around. So I said, where are you going? For a family holiday. After holiday, doing my work. After a few class, I said, go on, go and enjoy holiday. Another student, wake up in the morning, 11 o'clock. Why haven't you? Oh, just wake up. Now you want one question, you go back to sleep. So, but of course, there are things that we can do. But of course, now we put our students online learning. Recently, we make sure that we use this online learning to do collaborative learning, where we share. For example, in the class, we have one our lectures in, and another lecture from a different school, maybe local or overseas. So we can share teaching to our students. Not that we are short of staff. We have to invite a lecturer for other universities, but we want to tap their experience. But of course, if you are confident enough to invite a professor, you know, that's what I told our lecturer. First, we go to the same rank. But if you are confident to call your supervisor or your professor, go ahead. So then we can say our students will benefit from us and from other speakers, well, other lecturers from different universities. So is that something that they can get? So this can be conducted. Lecture that is a bit difficult, maybe seminar, then a bit easier, or maybe do journal class, then we can see, we can learn from collaborative learning. And that maybe in mathematics, we also going to talk about IPE, interprofessional learning. Okay? You know what IPE? Interlearning, you go lecture or you go seminar or round together with our medical colleague, our pharmacy. So that's what we are working now. In fact, currently we are working with our medical faculty. PBL, our students join medical, so they can learn together. Okay. Then for the non-financial talent, we go for GMGS. You go around, do work around together with medical students. So this is interprofessionalism. And the pharmacy also can come and join. So these are again teaching methodologies. Yeah? We can move to a more mono discipline. This is a thing we can review in teaching methodology. We have increased link with others. And of course, besides adapted now, we have seminar, flip learning, CBL. I think these are things. And of course, when we give the lectures, introduce interactive lectures, quizzes. Okay, there are many software that they use to interact with students doing it. So this can you need to review. First, the thing is, why when you review the teaching methodology, you have to review at your SLT. There are many different. So these are things when you review, you have to consider all these things, not just at one time. The teaching methodology will also affect the SLT. This is the very kind. So, next one, and then staff requirement and training. Sometimes when review, you need to change, you need to expose staff to different kind of learning. So we have to retrain staff. For example, if staff that is not familiar with PBL, we have to do some PBL process. Or staff that is not familiar. So now we cannot avoid with IT. So we have to make sure our staff now are IT savvy. So they should be able to work well in conducting a lecture, not just by reading interactive media, obviously. So you need to retrain them. So again, you have to incorporate also. We have to do this. We have to take this into consideration. The teaching model and staff requirement. Sometimes we want to retrain staff because we have okay, we have enough. We short of staff in this area. We have to retrain staff to go in that area. So these are things that you need to review, not just the content. Okay, but also assessment, teaching methodology, staff requirement, and training. So, right. Next one. Okay, update. Why? Because we have to update to use the deliver the standards. We cannot stick with what we used to have long time. For example, if you look at IT, if you don't change the teaching methodology, they will be left behind. Because IT, the changes are very rapid. If you remember the time we have computer, you have floppy drive to store. Then you have hard drive, the bigger 3.5 piece. Then the hard drive, then you have thumb drive to store. Now they don't use all these things. They use Google Drive, Google Dropbox, and now you move to cloud storage. So if IT keep on saying to the old system, that's it. Yeah, no, it's not relevant. So luckily, our changes in ours is not that rapid as IT thing. So, but we still need to review. Okay, to make sure it is, and for example, my friend, that we were working backwards, then he asked me 10 years, 10 years later, he asked me, hey, Matt, what do you do with, to clean the root canal? What window you use to clean the root canal? So I said to you, I have blew the window out the window long time ago. Because we have not used window to do anything. We use file. Okay? So that's the thing, we cannot tell what we learn. So we have to see new things. Okay? Now with Android, we got this all these gadgets we use for the students to use. Okay? Mechanical motor driven. So these are things we must look in the tools to implement. And what are the people using outside the benchmark? So benchmark is if you are when you go to conference, for example, you discuss with your colleagues, what you do, how you do that. So these are how you benchmarking. But if you have a chance to visit other schools, then it's even better. For example, right now we went to Kuwait University. We come back from Kuwait, we introduced something else. I also changed the way our clinic door open and system, close. So we just not go travel, but we come back, we do something. Not travel for the sake of traveling and going. Okay? We come back, we must implement something. So these are things that you have to build in the content. And review, of course, you have to review the evaluation and assessment, the curriculum, and so you have to review whether it's suitable or not. Now, I said with PQE, we have to look at the way of assessment. Is it going to map the PQE? Is it need to map the PQE ways of assessing? So then evaluate effectiveness of the curriculum based on local and internal data resources. So you evaluate your effectiveness. Sometimes, of course, we have and then external feedback. You have to look, but don't go and once external gives you your feedback, you stay with it. Because sometimes the external comes in for just 1 or 2 days. He might not see the whole picture. But if you go and change, the next time another external comes in, get another comment, you have to change it. So you look at it first, and then maybe it's the same, the same comment comes from the external examiner, then you might think you need to do something. But there needs to be changes. Then, for example, one of my dean asked me, this new dean asked me, Barman atau orang, new dean asked me, Prof, I want to change my content curriculum. Can I do it now? Or do I have to wait 5 years? So if you have, I saw there's a flaw in the curriculum. I see that if you have seen that, do you want to let the whole best suffer for the next 5 years. So that's why you need to do curriculum review more regular. Come back to the how frequent review. So these are things that, and then as I said, since because we teach give a different teaching methodology or so we need to identify the staff needs. We need to send for training. Training, we cannot, for example, we are using ICDAS. Now, ICDAS. Many of our staff are quite blur about ICDAS classification. So we have to train. We have to train the staff to how to calculate. One day when we have our, in fact, we also calculate our, we have assessment, we do training, calculate our staff, the academic staff itself. We do OSCE for lecturers. We train our OSCE. So lecturers have to go around, so before we implement to the student, lecturers go undergo the test. Then people, what are you doing? You are testing us. So these are things we have done. One, we do I see that workshop. That workshop. So what I see that I was involved in the development of that on the committee, and then we organized training for lecturers. Then of course, I said when we have new staff joining in, we need to do ACIDAS calibration. So we conduct ACIDAS test in our faculty. Then after that, after the first cycle, they have a short break. Then they come back for another session. No. Before they come back, I went to the restroom. I was looking at one of the lecturers. He was actually so much follow him. Was so successful in doing this. Because the staff have to go retrain. Because we implement that, we have to retrain. We were trained in the past as to do black, active. But now, it's no more black. So, it's not easy. When things move on, we have to retrain ourselves. And we have to identify the needs, and we have to retrain. And also, if we are to do something new, we have to retrain. For example, we want to ask them to do something else. We have to stand for training. So these are things that when we do, we have to look on to the methods of retraining of staff. Because sometimes our teaching method is not relevant with the one that we could implement. Okay? Right. Next is when to review. When to review. Okay. In the standards, you must review your curriculum. Or empathy. In the curriculum, you have to review every 5 years. So every 5 years, by course or by group, you need to review the curriculum. Review doesn't mean you must change. But of course, sometimes you have to change. There is a start, is it major or minor? Okay? But the process has to go. Has to do how we do. Okay? After I'll comment on how we do. So you have to do every 5 years. For example, there was one university that has not reviewed curriculum. After 5 years, they use the same, for 5 years they didn't say, but they did not review. So the IQA of the university said you don't review, you cannot offer the program. So they cannot offer the program until they review the record. That is the internal, you haven't gone to IQA yet. This internal, I want to review the name of the university. But the internal audit of the university did not allow the university to offer the program, but they have not. So these are things that, this is not, have not gone up, it's just at the university level. That's why we must very alert how long that will go. So every 5 years you have to do, but I think it doesn't need to do a major. Then we want to also consider every 3 years, you can do a minor review. Okay, minor review, because sometimes you run a new curriculum. But along the way, you find some problems. Yes, some problems. Can be simple one. Okay, so when we review our curriculum, our deputy dean academic, not directly academic. They say, oh, we have so many overlapping SLO, so we can condense them and catch water. And after that, we do a timetable. Because based on timetable, based on the so we can do it fast. Okay, fine. What happened? All the time the lectures for year 1 to year 5, 8 to 1 o'clock. Right? Can you stand for 5 hours lecture? Lecture for 5 hours? The student will get crazy. So in the interim period, after we give a break, half hour break after 2 hours. After that, we review and relook at the timetable. So these are things that sometimes we think we can do, but when implement, when people look at it, it just may be different. So we are not robots. I mean, we are human. We need some break. Some break. Okay? Some break. Students need to break. We lecture, it's okay, we go in 1 hour, you go up, but the lecture, the student are there for 5 hours. We go 1 hour, but the next hour, but the lecture, the student are there. But different is clinical. It's compared to clinical, can be 3 hours or so, but lecture, you go 3 hours in a row for one student get tired. So that's why we need to do a minor review. And then continuously evaluate. So sometimes we run every year we have examination, some feedback from our examiner. If we think that it's good, maybe we can reconsider. So it doesn't really, but this is just minor things. You want to provide additional topic, for example, or these things. So these are things we can do. 5 years, 3 years, or like annually just review. So these are things we need to, as I said now, that the dean asked me, do I have to wait 5 years? No, you cannot wait 5 years. You can always do minor review, and then a midterm, we call it midterm review. Midterm review. You know, when we do our first curriculum review, we are trying to be smart. Until we get 8, at time 8, yeah, we put 10. We put 10. We want to be smart. You are smart. Was follow. After we take out, we have put ourselves in trouble. Because in that time, there's a lot of tables now have to be filled up. And the sequence also doesn't tell you. So then we have problems to match and sometimes then we do a review, we remember, we go back to 8. But now we have to go to 11, and the school is 11. So these are things sometimes we think we want to do something extra, but whether it is because of additional more work. One, PIO you add, how many tables you have to make tables. Okay? So these are things that you need to relook. That's why you have to do some a minor review to realign that, to make sure okay. Then how to do curriculum review? How to do? So curriculum review, I said that we have to take input from various sources. Various sources. We cannot think from an academic standpoint only, but also we do from our graduates, our employers, our students, external examiner. So first, you will need to get feedback from stakeholders. Feedback from stakeholders. Who are our stakeholders? The stakeholders are our students, their employees. Our students and their employees. So we need to get the feedback from them. Okay? Whether during their course they have gone through with us, is it useful when they are working? Okay. Then we ask their so-called employer, how to find our students? Are they competent? In which area not competent? Okay, so that's the feedback from the stakeholders. Okay. So in the past, we used to do form and set. So it's taxing, costly, costly. But now with Google Form, we can tabulate, do the graph, everything. So things makes things easy. But you have to, if you're familiar with IT, so you don't know about Google Form, then hard time. So feedback from stakeholder in the form of survey, survey, market, everything is on Google Form. It's easy. So feedback you must get, and to get the feedback, you must. And now you have seen your student after graduation, they wait at least 6 months. No, at least 6 months, or not even more. Then they have to go another 6 months. Then they will know, after that, maybe after 1 year from the graduation, then you can do the survey. Then only you can also ask the employer. I mean, after 1 year, only you can do the survey and get the result. So the time is not 5 years, it's after 6 years, then you got information. Then from there onwards, you have to calculate, you have rearrange, realign. So at least 1 year to 1.5 years. Time to do a full curriculum. Until every 5 years. So the timing is 1 to 1.5 years, not even less than 1 month. Because you want to test the graduate of the batch, you don't want to test the old batch, the recent batch, the curriculum, the last curriculum is what you're testing. I mean, you implemented. So that's why you want to make sure that this batch has to work. Otherwise, let's say now you review curriculum. 5 years down the line, the batch graduate, they do this batch graduate. Then you have to wait another 6 months before you send the survey form. Okay? No, 1 year before. 6 months waiting, 6 months working. So another 6 years, only you can get of this curriculum. So time is not, it's not that, oh, we can do within 1 month, 6 months, you do curriculum, but the minor one you can, because you don't have to do it for it. But the major one, you have to get feedback from the stakeholders and the employer. Then meeting, you organize meetings, sometimes you go to conferences, you get feedback from your colleagues, from what others who are doing. So these are things how you get feedback from stakeholders. And sometimes you have meetings with KKM, which are our main stakeholders. Sometimes they tell us what are the weaknesses. For example, once I was given a lecture in JB, then one of the students, the participant asked me, do you teach auto what's again? IOTN. So I say yes, we have IOTN in our competency statement. But they said our graduate, we got this graduate from this two, I don't know if you see. I asked her, oh, I can't even know. So I called the dean, hey, did you teach? You teach now, but I will get your students. They teach, but for there are some gaps somewhere. So they have to relook at how they do the teaching methodology. So again, from meetings you get, and then external examination. Okay, sorry, yeah.
Prof, good morning. I just give you my feedback on this pension. One is you have 14 different universities, 14 different curriculums. At the end of the day, I'm just few weeks old from KKM into academics. And one thing I've realized is University of Malaya has got a particular curriculum which is the entire focus is on a particular kind of aspect. IME has got a totally different curriculum and they have their own focus. Right? So I would believe, I don't know about the rest of the university, but I would believe that all different universities have got different focuses. At the end of the day, our endpoint is PQE, the professional qualifying examination, and these people are going onto the street to treat patients. Won't it be better if the entire curriculum is under the dean's caucus?
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for the question. Actually, the Dean's Council has come with a minimum competency statement. It's about 32 statements that every university must under minimum competency statement. And actually, it's prepared by this council, endorsed by the KP, and endorsed by council. So every university must have that minimum competency statement. Okay? And when you make your exam question, just now you have to make all these competency statements. Okay? Your lecture also must look at, when you have to do your lecture, your assessment, also you have to look at this competency statement. Then that is the minimum. Of course, university can do extra. We do not want to be so prescriptive. We want to allow some form of variation. But minimum is there. Minimum is that we must follow. So during the audit, the MQA on accreditation, they will ensure that the minimum standard is met. Okay, I said they always have to. Then of course, and when PQE we implemented, I got this PQE with tomorrow. PQE, one objective of PQE is to ensure that minimum standard is attainable by all students. So this is the PQE. So when actually, when you done, because one of the factory of the PQE, the questions will come from the council. The questions will come from the council. So everybody will take the same question. So it met what we said.
No, but like what you just said about IOTN, okay, automatic treatment, it's very true. Especially when they come out, they have to go through this MDoc program. And the different groups come in, and we know that the deficiencies. So that is what I was asking.
Yeah, then they relook the way they teach, but maybe it's not there, or maybe it's not fully detailed. So they relook at the way they conduct the IOTN classification, how to do it. So these are things that we get from feedback. I happen to be when because I've been chairman of the council, so anything they will ask me. So if I don't know, I will ask the respective teams. This is coming about. So I personally communicated with the teams. Okay, yeah, as I said, the minimum standard is every university supposed to match. But each you can have extra. When you have extra, it's fine. But for example, USIM and UIA. USIM, then in the curriculum, they have to say, study Akhlaq, University Science Islam. They have to have hafal Al-Quran in the competency. They have to hafal 1 juz or 2 juz because that is the philosophy of the university. But it's not the competency of the level, but the university wants. So they have to have extra. So UIA, they also have kursus, I don't know, you from UIA, isn't it? Kursus perkawinan, something like that. Perkeluargaan or something like that. So the UIA must have extra. Okay. And USIM, because of that extra, the SLO is more than 12,000. This council recommends 10 to 11,000. because you see that this extra hafazan, Quran, Arabic, all this, so their SLP is more. Because they meet the minimum, but they have additional, so they have more than, so they have to ask permission to give additional. Because the philosophy of the university. That's it. So these are things that we only give the minimum that is safe to practice. But the rest is up to you. You're going to get extra, you go. That's why we give a range. We don't give exact 10,000, we give a range. About 1,000 SLP. You want to have it, but the minimum should be there. Okay, so in feedback for external examiners is important because some external examiners, they see, for example, when we have a graduate review, basic science, we assess in year one, we have 3 subjects. We do one modular. But that, let's say, is biochem. Biochem, no, sorry, let's say is in the second year subject. But they come to the day why your student doesn't know about these things. Because our students have not learned that subject yet. Our students learn that in year 2. But he is in year 1 because we go by system. So they have not started in year 2. So in the year 1 assessment, it is not covered. So the examiner, but we cannot listen to examiner because the examiner didn't see the whole picture. Is look at him. So during the mock examiner, the dean must explain to the examiner that this system is not correct. This is common in year 2. So these are things that sometimes we cannot totally, as soon as we get to comment, we must respond. We have to look first, explain why we are not covered. We are not covered there. So that's example. But if external come in, different subject, they give same comment, then you might want to look at is there a truth in that comment? It's important because you pay as an examiner. They just come, not just. That's why I think when an external examiner comes, I say thank you for coming to assess our students and thank you for giving feedback to our course. Because we also start in not the assessment of students, but they will give our curriculum after to look and give comments. So as I said, don't change immediately, look at it, look at the system. Because after they comparing with their system, with different. So look at it and then see if the same examiner coming in, some different examiner coming with the same comment, then maybe you need to review how to do it. Again, input from your staff. Okay, input from your staff. So your staff has identified the gaps. Sometimes you know very well what you conduct or what new things are made. There you have to get input. And academic visit, sometimes we do benchmarking visit. For example, we went to Kuwait, and one thing we went to Kuwait, we were put in a 5-star hotel, this paid by the Kuwait University. Paid by the Kuwait University. When I wrote to the dean of Kuwait, I said, he recommended this hotel. I said, oh, sorry, our budget is not this hotel is 1,000 per night. 1,000 per night. So nobody knows. Our university will pay. Yeah? So instead of taking 2, I take 3 people to go. So we got accommodation, we are covered. We call me. So instead of taking 2, I take 3 people to Kuwait. So we don't want to do something in Kuwait, come back. So these are things that when you don't can really but if you have the chance to go, but if you don't have, that's different. When I went to school pay. So instead of taking 2, I take 3 people. When they go and come back and another problem that you see discuss. Right? And of course, the matter is but when I went to from graduate But we also improve our existing all this and then this is it will take a long time. I think we feedback from the surveying done graduates and employer, the country staff should start relooking into what when you get horizon together, you get a group review curriculum solution just be these are things that we need from the major all this must be then when we review process, okay? Then review process, do the situation analysis, situation, what we're doing now, how we're going to change. Then design our curriculum. Okay. So when we change our curriculum, not different before, we say we're going to be very centered. Outcome-based education. And also say competency-based curriculum. So we introduce competency. So initially, when we were starting this competency test, first time we sit for exam, the marks will reduce by 50%. The percentage. But when we look at it, it's good because it's competency based. So competency becomes of the marks. So, but what if the so reduce some more marks? So what is happening? If we contribute to final marks, only 75% marks lost at the competitive. So it will be looked unfair. Okay? So there's I said, are you sure? Are you sure you want to give marks to the competition? That contribute to the final marks, that marks to contribute to the final marks. But if you look at that, the student will lose by how do you go 50% or 75% or 50%. So finally you come to agreement, okay, competency will be part of it. So it doesn't contribute to the final marks. But if they don't pass, they have to stick how many times they really slow down. But they must pass. But obviously it became marked only by this marking on the competency only, but the final mark is just part of it. To be fair. So these are things that and then the implemented strategies are how you're going to do it. Okay, you're going to plan how you're going to do it. And when you review curriculum, you have to make sure that you implement it to the new batch. You cannot change. So these are things you implement it. Okay, and after that, you need to evaluate. Okay, you need to evaluate your curriculum, and then you that's why you do what you have done is okay. We always must do evaluation what we have done. Especially OBE, you have to do evaluation. When we do a questionnaire survey before the company or when the company program, and then when the exit, we do also exit survey. How their knowledge is that different with the knowledge of the company. So this is the process. Do analysis, then we do design, development strategies, and then implement the curriculum. After that, evaluate. Right? It's not complete if we don't evaluate when we have carried out. Okay. Then this is about curriculum designing, identification of outcomes, guided by societal needs, discipline requirements, university goals. So all these you must take into consideration. For example, when university want to do outcome-based, the dental want to do OBE. Sorry, university want to do OBE, but dental want to do competency. So we marry them all together. So we become a philosophy. Then we have external examiner come in. Because you also must take patient as a competent. I mean, patient centered. Previously, student we do a patient center when patient comes in, the patient is this one, okay? This student has finished the amalgam, for example. So this, he don't want the amalgam, let the other person. So we transfer the patient to another student. So patient become like a football. You finish, I do finish or you come there. So this is not patient center, this is more student center. When the patient center, whether you finish or not, you must finish the patient. That's why we must make sure that we don't transfer the patient to other students like for us their partner to fulfill the requirements. Okay, so these are the next one. Then, of course, distinction between learning outcomes that are generally from those who are specific. We must make sure when we do the learning outcome, we going to assess that at the end, at the end of the program. So this is, I think, all I'm saying here is what I mentioned to you just now. How we do the process, review what factors we take into consideration before we can run the okay, and then we do the development strategies. So identify different content modes of teaching learning to be identified. Because when you present, so before you do a curriculum review, I mean, you have to present the curriculum, you must say, patient center, outcome-based, competency-based. So these are things that we and strategy. And prioritize what you want to do, then set a benchmark, targets, and then indicate what you want to monitor, how you want to monitor. Okay, so this is important when you implement, you must make sure that you set the target. Then, in action of this implementation, review process, and decision must be made on what will be, when, what will be implemented, how, when. Okay, all these are things you, after when you do your curriculum, you want to implement as soon as possible, but after getting the necessary clearance from the authority. Okay, in the implementation of the new curriculum. Okay, okay, and then what are evaluation assessment? Establish oversight. If any oversight of committees that we miss out, we also have to look whether we miss out anything, and monitor benchmark the target, use data obtained to make adjustment. When you review, we get feedback. When you relook back what we mentioned, this is what I meant by midterm review. The yearly assessment, and then we do expect and then that we have decided and make judgment based on the evidence whether we have all the curriculum pieces are ready to go ahead. So, what is the benefit of the curriculum review? Okay, what is the benefit of curriculum review? It's more relevant because it's up to date. Okay, why we need to change? For example, if you look at Nokia, at one time Nokia was the best phone. Obviously, like my first mobile phone was also Nokia, the big one, but later on, Nokia has been left out. Samsung and Apple take over because they don't want to change their so used with their design, but iPhone and Samsung come with touch screen, all these things. So I honestly, you give me the old phone, I don't know how to use. Because I used to touch screen. So if you give me the Samsung, no, you give me, in fact, Samsung, I don't know how to do it. I'm quite used to Apple. I don't know, but if you give the phone like BlackBerry, all these things, I used to order sliding and filling. So we have to change. That's why because if we don't change, that's why they lose out. But now they are changing, coming back. Okay. The same thing with product. They are used to film. But now from digital. So they don't change digital. Yeah, so product does not become how many people still use film now? But because we are still the old traditional. Now we digital, you can take as many and delete you don't like. But if you use 24 film, 21 picture, all 24 film you take up the one you meet. You cannot getting mobile phone, you lose it. Okay? So these are things that we must make sure that it's more relevant and your student will perform better because that's what the market needs. The people want. Because the technique and the thing is different. For example, we used to just now talk about endo, but we talk about glass animal. Glass animal also changed a lot. All the time glass animal, composite. So also that's why the student will know better the techniques. Now we teaching CAD-CAM during our time. We don't learn about CAD-CAM. So that's why the student get a better performing student, better prepared graduate, improve graduate satisfaction. Okay? Improve graduate satisfaction. Alright, and then improve employer satisfaction because the employer is our stakeholder. If you are producing the graduate that is not in the market niche, then nobody wants to employ our graduates. Okay? So that's why we have to improve relationship between students and teaching staff because we take into consideration their views in implementing their views. So students will feel appreciated that we take note of their views. Therefore, that's why the curriculum review committee there must be a student representation. Student representation. Okay, student representation. And that student representation in the new the rating system, if you don't have student representation in the committee, you lose 1 point. So, student greater staff satisfaction because now staff are happy with what they view because staff also give feedback. And the staff also get happy. We are not teaching the current things. Then instead it's more responsive to the needs of our patient. Okay, we cannot have a institution that is on its own doesn't think to what's going on about the process. Okay, the one for dental curriculum or dental teaching and learning. So this is why we need to do a curriculum. Okay, coming to my last slide. Okay, challenges in curriculum. These challenges. It's a lot of challenges we need to do. First, we need to get feedback. How many percent we can get feedback? If we send students, and if they don't want to answer our survey, can we force them? No? So you really have to send reminders, all these things. For example, when we went to do our first review, not at that time was at Bravas, I was in UM. We do review by form. Right? We send a hard copy to all our reviewers. So, but still, I put a quote under the paper, under the stapler, so that the form that we get, we know who has responded. That is a long time ago, 1980. 1991 when I was doing the curriculum. So I put a code, and I know who responds, so I can set reminder. So, but it's not right now. Actually, it's not easy enough to get right. Then we can send reminder. Please send me update hoping for the feedback of the. But of course we don't we don't put name, but I know who responded. So you can send reminder. But now we don't do that. Now we do by Google Form. I said it's much easier. At the class, you can send reminder to all, or sometimes you say apologize. Sorry, if you have a response. We apologize. Thank you very much. You should always to be kind to the people and the student. Because the student, it can be a bit tough. Well, student was okay, but the employer, we cannot. After that, that's the OYM are very busy. All my pizza, the OYM, or Siva, the Paka, the Paka. But we have to be gentle and send a reminder. It's a challenge, a challenge to get the feedback. Then changing staff mindset. We have to do something else. Staff might not be happy because they are used to the way they are doing things, the way they are giving lectures. So it's not easy. It's not easy. Okay? So I say when we want to implement PBL in Japan, my teacher, I was a kid, but he is my teacher. Hey, he said, we are just go about PBL. I sometimes professor is not I will go up to PBL. Why are you doing PBL? This is my teacher telling me why I want to do PBL. So it's a lot of challenges from other people, even from the staff. You have to do. Besides doing additional work, doing curriculum, they want to change the mindset of this technology that you want. Especially you have a old senior citizen ratio, which is very, very adapt to the old style of teaching. And you start thinking, sometimes I tell you one story. One of my colleagues, he technology, attending the technology. That time they still have handphone. So he could not hear whether something wrong with my phone, so he drill a hole on his handphone to hear clearly the voice. But we're not used to technology. So these are things where we have to learn technology or adapt to the technology. And then, as I said, retrain. Retrain staff. Areas where we have to do free learning, we have to do online or quizzes. We do several courses to our in-house lecturers to tell them how we can do more interactive learning. These are things that we need to start ourselves. Interactive learning, quizzes, and then sometimes some staff are creative. They even bring in some sort of prizes during the lectures. You answer my question right? Okay. So this will make learning interesting. Some are willing to do the extra things. So again, retrain staff, and of course implementation is not easy. Sometimes you implement, you need more staff. Mostly, for example, during PBR, you need to have more staff. Okay, and then more spaces, more rooms, more breakout rooms. Instead of lecture just now, as I said to you, I'm about student asking why you come to you to listen, but now you're asking. Because I told the student, if I run this lecture, this topic, by lecture, 1 hour, I cover all, almost 2 hours. But then I need only 1 man-hour power to deliver this topic. But when you do by PBL, first you have to divide them into small groups. So we need to have at least 6 groups. 10 per one, you have 80. For 80, you have 8 groups. So 8 lectures. Then we do in 3 sessions. 8 times 24, so 8 times 3, so we have 24 man-hours of instead of 1 hour. But we still do it because we still see the benefit of student-centered learning. We still benefit student-centered learning. So these are things that implementation is not easy. Okay? So, but we still implement because we know when hour is there, time load is there, but we still because we think it's benefit, it's useful. And one thing that we can find out about this PBL also, that we noticed that when we ask questions in the exam, that related to the way how we conduct the course, I mean the topic, either PBL or my lecture, those topics that is conducted under PBL, the students still do well. Because why? Because I said they remember what they do. They have to present, whereas lecture they come and listen only for 1 hour, but PBL they have to start, they have to write report and submit. So they remember better. So to such an extent, at one of our meetings, one of the staff said, is the question leaked? Because students answer very well. If you leak the question also. So we found out, I found out that this topic was done as a PDF. So, because they have done it and they remember. So these are challenges that we build in implementation. That's the time, more rules, and now PBL. We started to give a room with internet, computer with internet, so they can access there and then. At the thing rather than never we wait, we go back first, we go and search during that time. Okay, after one PBL session, we divide our tasks. Next time come back and discuss. But now we can search the information there and then. Okay, there and then. So these are things. But of course, as I said, it's not that with PBL, because we are facilitators. We are facilitators. But that doesn't mean that we are doing away with that. So we still need access. Sometimes lecturer can share the experience. Okay? For example, I'm giving a lecture on CPG to our students. Only 8 slides. Minus introduction and the end, 6 slides. I for 1.5 hours. 6 slides. If you people read my slide, only 6 slides, but the explanation, the description, the example I gave, that's what makes the student do that. Okay, everything you give in your lecture, at the click of a computer search, you can get from Google. You can even give more than what you can give. But what they want to come to see your experience, how you can share your experience. That is how we lecturers are still needed, because we want to share our experience. That's why in academics, the more senior you are, the more experience you have. And we look at the Nobel Award winners. They are all 60 and above. But here, academic 60, we have to pension. Luckily, we did a lot of I got contract. But 60, yes, actually, in New Zealand, there is no retirement age for lecturers. And in some other countries, no retirement age. Yeah. Unless they can prove that you are senile or you're not healthy, then they have to stop. But because the more you learn, the more experience you have. And you can share. But students want to listen to your experience. And that will, they can pick up more. Like I said, information you get, you give, they can always get from you, and even much more they can. All right, I think that's all for this morning, my part. So after this, my relative will share. Of course, before I stop, any questions you want to ask? Okay. Maybe we still have another session this afternoon. Okay. Now, Mariati,
excuse me, actually, you said change. You can change the curriculum, minor and major. Major is 5 years, minor is 3 years. How many percentage is minor? 50%.
No, minor, actually, when you say minor or major, 30% is considered minor because it doesn't need to go to further
For QA.
approval.
Senate approval.
Only at the Senate approval only.
This means considered as minor. How calculate this 30%?
Dia berkata the assessment method at MQA. In fact, UiTM has a formula how they calculate percentage of changes in the curriculum. The input, the SLO, how many SLO changes, how many SLT change, assessment, how many change. So all these are calculated, and then based on they will calculate the ratio. What is the percentage?
And for MQA, they have any formula for calculation to
They
know?
have the MQA, they have some panel to look into that.
You can understand the.
So when you submit the calculation to MQA, MQA will send back to the panel. Not MQA staff to the panel assessment. Okay, but with guideline, sometimes it's simple, they say no need, but it's major, they think it's major, they will go back to the panel.
This means they don't have standard calculation.
No, they have no certain topic. Okay, all right. Oh, thinking what we go. Okay.
We'll go for a tea break, then we will continue. Please join us for tea.
Just leave it there for us. It's a bit tight. No, that's okay.
Please come, please come.
Hey, tea break. Dr. Moore, your intermittent fasting. I'm also, but I can eat now because I fast from 5 to 5 minutes.
Ya, Asyik. Cur Imam Ibrahim. اي حاجه تنقص من الشنطه انت مسؤول. انا بالدولار
لا تتعامل بالربع الفلوس.
Then in the house, there is a storeroom at the back, next to the kitchen. Just to be there, and then just giving the delivery for this. Okay.
Already finished.
No, still.
You finish.
I
Stay here.
Okay.
Because everything here, everyone can, we are in the street. I'm scared anyone to talk. At least one should be here.
Okay, no problem.
So Monday back to university again. This side of the
Okay, no problem. Okay, couple of things. She has a successful difficulty. She has a complete. So she have to ask me space. You go easy remote profile. And that's open and you record. And after that, I'm going to chill.
tomorrow till what time?
Nine thirty. No, no, just spoke.
But we got evidence of me, we just spoke.
That's okay.
An attendance paper ಇದೆ. Okay. அது எடுத்துட்டு வாங்க கீழே எங்க இருக்கு அதை கொஞ்சம் கீழே இருக்கும் கைட்டு வாங்கண்ணா
Controller for.
Yeah, I don't have the one. You need to use only the button.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
So because
This
I
one?
thought that mean.
Listen, I need the HDMI cable, Listen. No, it is not that. Oh, no, power cable is only is there. Listen. That is what the cable. Oh, okay, kept it inside the box now.
Can you come?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Is it okay without mask? I just gonna.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll ask everyone to wear the mask.
Yeah.
Jangan Julia shock, saya tak faham.
Okay, I'll try my best. And if anything, I welcome any questions throughout. I think I can speak. If it's not working, that's fine.
No,
I'm quite loud.
You're getting tired with me.
I'm just gonna walk around as well.
Okay, so when you use the mic, the time that you can listen will be more.
I see. Yeah, what's the idea? This morning, our experience on the video.
Yes, we can start.
Okay. So we will continue with our next session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning to all. I think it's pleasure for you ITM from Faculty of Dentistry to come here and share with you our experience and how we do our curriculum review. So as what Datuk has highlighted earlier, as you go along, there will be a lot more that you can look to into your curriculum. When we talk about curriculum encompass of the content itself. It will also look at in terms of what kind of mode delivery that you are practicing, and also ultimately in terms of assessment and also outcome. These are the areas of importance when we actually deliver our curriculum in a specific program. Per se, in this case, would be Bachelor of Dental Surgery. So the aim of having curriculum review is actually to enhance student learning and also the engagement experience and what will be the outcomes of our graduates. So also we wanted to look at what would be the factors or catalysts that would be involved in our curriculum changes. First of all, we need to look at in terms of curriculum review. As what Datuk mentioned earlier, what MQA has stated is actually a major curriculum review probably takes every 5 years, or minor will be 3 years. Ultimately, you have to be aware the fact that our curriculum review could be done continuously. As academic staff, we continuously trying to progress and improve not only our teaching and learning, but also in terms of the curriculum in general. So we're also looking at what are the student feedback. Student feedback not only coming from what they complained about, what they had come to you and come up with certain issues. There also could be student feedback that they actually put up. Every lecturer at the end of the course or the end of semester or at the end of the year for some university, they are required to be assessed by the students. Students will clearly mention how the curriculum has been delivered by particular lecturers, and also how the content, the nature of the content itself, whether is it too heavy, and whether the types of delivery is more interactive or more conventional didactic teaching. So that is also can look into that. Another important matters that we need to look at is education to best practice. As we go along, not only what Dr. has been shared with us earlier, we look at what other experiences of other institutions had and how they could become progress so well and what kind of curricula they'll follow through. Basically, these practices, good practices that we can bring back to the institution would help in terms of curriculum review. And we look at in terms of expansion of research, services mission, and administration. Dissatisfaction also important, not only from student point of view. I just want to add on a little bit of what Dato' has mentioned to you earlier. And faculty dissatisfaction with the curriculum is also another matter. So not only we listen to the student, we also put our eyes and ears to our own colleagues and peers. That's how we progress together. So these are some areas that we look through. I think that we have highlighted to you clearly how curriculum review can influence our improvement in terms of delivery of our program. If you remember of your parts of the MQA and have you prepared MQA documentation, you know that part of the requirement by Malaysian Qualification Agency clearly stated under the column of mechanism for program monitoring, review, and continual quality improvement. These are the areas that they clearly stated, even when MQA panel come here and audit your programs. So look at how long that you take for you to do review, whether the review has been done or not. Have there any quality assurance unit has been established? Look at the review committee and also what are the relevant stakeholders, what Dato' mentioned earlier. So teachers and student feedback, content which being reviewed continuously, and some constructive engaged relevant expert has been called in for you to for the institution to reflect what are the area that you could improve further. Sometimes when we are in institution, we tend to take for granted a lot of things that around us, yet those are important matters that we should take into consideration. And we will also look at into student performance. I want to share with you how we actually take up our student performance and reflect and monitor student performance as to decide whether curriculum review is necessary or not. Of course, at the end, we need to come up with the report of our curriculum review and has to be presented to the higher education providers, which is the institution itself. These are our mission and vision. Of course, when we establish our curriculum, it has to be in line with our vision and mission of the faculty, and also to the mission and vision of our institution. For example, for Lincoln University College as well. Yeah. So for our program in Faculty of Dentistry ITM, we have about, these are the enrollment of students that we have at this moment from year 1 to year 5. So improvement that we have, the increasing number of students, we need to enhance our curriculum to make sure the delivery, the outcome of our graduates is actually at the world standard. We are not looking for at the national standard anymore. Of course, we have to comply with the minimum standard as what Dato' had clearly stated. But again, our aims is more than that. What our president has clearly stated is not to the eye of the national level, but more to the eye of the world. So that's another thing that we have to look at. For UITM, it's actually we practice what we call holistic oral health care curriculum, which highlighted these are 4 different components. When we highlighted this in our curriculum, of course, we have to make sure that we comply to that. We are bound to the concept, the fact that we are practicing outcome-based education. That's what we mean by OBE. So when we do that, when we deliver, our assessment, it has to be mapped to the course outcome. It has to be mapped to the specific learning objectives. And these are also, when we map to that, we're also going to map it to our program learning outcomes and program education objectives. What it means that what do you want your graduate to be after 3 to 5 years? So these are the areas that are really relevant, even to the point of delivery single topic of specific learning outcome, which is very important for us to look through and how it reflects. These are the courses that we have. We have approximately 14 faculty courses in our program, which is Bachelor of Dental Surgery. These are the outcomes that we have after we did our curriculum review. So I'm going to show you how the journey of our program. So of course, we still practicing some majority of didactic teaching in terms of lectures, seminars. We do have case-based discussion, case presentation. I think the bless of COVID-19 pandemic is that all of us are well versed with online learning. Whether you like it or not, we are moving towards that direction. But remember, it's a bless in a sense that the nation is actually moving towards Industrial Revolution 4.0, or you be familiar with Education 5.0. If you look at MQA requirement of 11 domain of MQA clearly stated of digitalization, digital. They want you to move towards that direction. That's important even to have that particular domain in our PLO. So even to that, UITM, Faculty of Dentistry, UITM moving towards that direction, where the faculty make it compulsory for all of us to develop MOOC, which means massive online course, open online courses. That is also very, very useful to our students. We create a lifelong learning. We create continuous learning for our students. That is the era that we're moving to. Dato' also mentioned about flipped classroom. There's something that we can implement that in this university as well. So these are our nature of assessment, where we have approximately 5 professional examination, but it seems a lot. But if you look at the amount of courses that our student has, 14 faculty courses, you couldn't given them only 3 professional examination because everything going to be just lumped up in one professional exam, especially the first year, when they're actually learning about basic medical sciences. The content is very heavy. The content is very meticulous that the first time they come across. When you put too much courses to that, something that we have to reflect. Well, even for ourselves from Faculty of Dentistry UITM, that's what we have learned from our students. As we go along, I'm just going to share you exactly what we have gone through in our experience. So again, I wanted to highlight this one to conduct, but Dato' clearly stated that in the first initial presentation, easy. But remember, continuous curriculum review is important. We have to open our eyes and ears and look at what things that we can improve further. All right. So can we do our curriculum review as needed? Of course. Yeah, I answer it myself. All right. So if you look at in terms of, we defined what are the area I mentioned to you earlier about what would be the catalyst, what would be the reason that you want to do curriculum review. So these are some areas that I want to share with you as from our experience looking at the performance of the student, from the external examiner report that we have, from the professional qualifying examination. I think when we have been given opportunity to be part of the committee of professional qualifying examination, it's opened our eyes. The fact that we have to work along with the national vision. We just cannot just stay here aiming that it's going to be fun. So by opening our eyes towards what are the vision and mission of our nation and try to improve your curriculum towards that and get a proper guideline that makes things going to be easier not only for yourself but also for our students. And I'm going to share with you what would be expectation of a professional, because MQA have changed from MQF 1.0 to MQF 2.0, from 8 different domains to 11 domains when you create your in terms of PLO. So that is programmed learning outcome. All right. So I'm going to show you about the introduction of courses based on the Industry Revolution 4.0 that we are moving along, reinforcement in terms of blended learning, personalized learning in education 5.0, and also introduction of Wisdom Wednesday. University Technology Mara has put a compulsory to all faculties to allow our students to go and explore what others courses available outside of the faculty. So that's what we call Wisdom Wednesday. Every Wednesday, the student will be given opportunity to go to other courses, such as music, ID, interior design, so they can learn. Probably they are the dentists by nature, but they have other skills that can enhance further. The opportunity has been given to our students. From student performance, I like to share with you, probably a bit small, but these are the exact result that we have from professional examination 2004, cohort 2014 and 15, and professional exam cohort 2015 and 16. Clearly, you see that we start to notice that we do aware that how compact our basic medical sciences and also how stressful our student being included at the same time with oral pathology. So when we started to see one student failed, and the following cohort we see another 4 students fail, right? It's something that you should alarm yourself. Or even the student said, we found that it's a little bit heavy for us because they need to focus more on basic medical sciences, or the course to be specific is fundamental medical sciences for our course. So as we move along, we noted that the external examiner come in, that at particular times they came, it was Professor Dr. Muhammad Rais Mustafa from UM. He was our external examiner to examine our student for our first professional examination, which looking at basic medical sciences and also the oral pathology. So I highlighted to you here, he's not only comment our content. So the content is reflected on the performance of the student during the exam, not only during the viva, but also during the examination itself, how they could reflect, how they could answer this question. And obviously there are some gaps that he noticed. So he said that this is some area that faculty could improve further in terms of improving our content, especially for fundamental medical sciences. And he also clearly comments about poor performance of our students for oral maxillofacial or pathology. So you see the continuity of the progress from the student performance and towards the notification and feedback from our examiner. These are the gaps. These are the areas that we need to put attention to. So I think having Dato with us, he always looking out and then see what strategy we're going to go next, what we can do, how we can improve. Because when we started our program, we only started with 3 professional examinations. And comprehensive care is coming in as another courses because we're moving towards PQE style of assessment. Because at the end, what you want is more comprehensive, more holistic. That is what we hold into in terms of our principle in delivery our program. So clearly stated here, and then as we move along, we decided, okay, what we need now is not only change the content of the fundamental medical sciences, we need to change the whole assessment. Meaning that what we did, if you look at here, that was what we had earlier, a 3 professional examination. When we look at, we need to redistribute the courses because the basic medical, the oral pathology was delivered only 2 semesters within 1 year. So it's too compact. You know how oral pathology, I need probably some oral pathologists here as well. It's not that easy, isn't it? So yeah. So then we expand our oral pathology course into 2 years, which is 4 semesters. And we redistributed our courses throughout the 10 semesters. We redistributed our content throughout the semesters. Earlier than that, we actually conducted a curriculum review session with our staff, academic staff, to look at the areas where we are overlapping. Because when we decided to do curriculum review, not only just focus on assessment, let's look at in everything. SLO, the surgeon will sit down with PEDS. What are the areas that are overlapping? Who is actually most qualified to deliver that particular topic? And which one are most relevant to be delivered? Whether is it oral surgeon or is it a pediatric? So these are the areas that we try to complement each other and collaborate together. So by having this distribution of courses, not only we think that we should give some space for our students to breathe. If you look at our timetable, they basically work, learn, and try to focus from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's very tiring. And not, I think everywhere in dental school where they always spend their time in the lab as well to finish off some of their projects. So you see that from 3 professional examination, we move on to 5 examination. I think the student will be blessed with that. The fact that the performance will be better, and then you see that the students be able to have a better focus, right? Hello? All right, we can hear you now. Okay. So these are the areas that we highlight to you. So if you look at that, this is what we have current. When you see the oral pathology was delivered only 2 semesters, which is 1 year. Everything we compact into that. So next what we did, we expand even some other courses like such as prosthodontics. And then comprehensive care, of course, they are running from the early of the semesters to out at the end, where the final professional examination will be comprehensive care. I think now faculty moving towards the only OSCE examination will be held for comprehensive care. That will be our next steps. So these are the distribution that we have now. If you look at before, how compact that is toward the early semesters, and now it is more distributed, even though some of the courses has been stretched out throughout the semesters. And finally, when we have our curriculum review and we go through that, these are clearly stated to you. Professional examination, only 1 subject. So you will see more distinction students. You will see that less students fail fundamental medical sciences. You see that students have more confidence. The fact that the basic knowledge of medical sciences is very important. That's what we carry. In UITM, what we believe we do integrated. So meaning that the question that we have in the clinical courses would have some element of basic medical sciences. So that's what we proudly claim for. So when we say that to MQA from our previous accreditation, especially from the Dato' Zainal, we say that I really want to look at your question. You claim that to be integrated question. Let's have what are the areas that you claim to be integrated. So we clearly show it to him, and I think he's quite pleased with that, the fact that you can't simply claim what you have and you do not practice that, and you do not have outcome of whatever that you are claiming to be. So it is important to remind ourselves of what we plan to do. So as we move on, the national are moving towards. So the PQE is actually another era, actually another initiative that has been made by our national committee, which looking at to make sure the standard of the competency of our graduates, not only locally, we claim our local graduates are at the top where the new requirement that set by the dental council has been achieved. However, we can't actually screen through all from overseas. He will clearly come from a great university. What sort of curriculum that they have? What sort of competency or skill that has been embedded into themselves? So we need to verify that. I think I'm quite fortunate to be part of the committee, thanks to Dato and to other committee members, that when we are in the committee members, we have to look at what are the levels that consider a safe density. As what Dato mentioned earlier, that when they are practicing outside, and Prof mentioned earlier as well, how we're going to secure these densities are practicing in our community are safe, providing some information that is relevant, that the community should believe in that. So, started from professional qualifying examinations, we go back to UITM. These are the templates that has been provided by PQE committees. So, where this question has been set up, has been prepared and developed according to the skill and the competencies that's set by the national level. When we go back to UITM, we have our own OSCE examination template based on our needs. As for Lincoln University College as well, you should have this particular template, and you definitely will arrange it a little bit to suit to the need. However, the main objective or the main domains that are highlighted by the PQE that need to be maintained. So that's what we did. So we bring back to UITM and we make sure our academic staff be able to apply this in their examination questions. So what in UITM we have 3 levels we are vetting: at the departmental level, at the higher management level, which is composed of the dean, deputy dean, and head of departments. So they vetted through the question, and our 3rd level is our external examiners. So these are the 3 levels we vetted through the question. And we will make sure our academic staff comply to this. When they prepare OSCE, they are required to use this template, otherwise it will be rejected. So I think something that any of our academic staff try to avoid, having your question be rejected. So therefore they need to comply. From time to time, before we be able to implement this and ask our academic staff to practice, we actually conduct a session, a workshop, where we teach them how it's actually to use, how to understand what are the OSCE format from PQE and what are the domains. Because for PQE, we are not looking for passive OSCE examination. We are looking more of active, where you're looking in terms of, if you are familiar with, that is the 3 components of learning: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. They are looking more in terms of psychomotor. The psychomotor means skills. They are doing something. They be able to show their competency, not only in terms of cognitive, which is the knowledge, the affective, which is the emotion. We do affect emotion, especially in the communication skills. So these are given a priority in terms of competency or skill. I'm going to show you more tomorrow. Okay, so we bring back and we change our curriculum to match the need of the nation. Another thing is, if you look at MQA nowadays, is moving towards MQF 2.0. If you remember, what are the domains are not there? Numerical, digitalized are not there. Yeah, personal, interpersonal is not there anymore. Now, the terms that we are familiar with in terms of, they are using the cognitive. The cognitive terms was not being used. The cognitive terms were so used toward the problem solving using a scientific and critical thinking. That is a cognitive, but they are using different words, whether those are actually being embedded in our program. So that's another thing. So what I think I'm done, we are actually moving along with MQF 2.0 requirement. So with that, recently in 2020, last year, we also had another curriculum review, which looking at to improve our PEO, Program Educational Objective, and also PLO, and to map that to the need of MQF 2.0. So we identify what are the domains. Other than that, we have to map into our assessment as well. So those are actually interlinked to each other as you make some changes to your document, especially academic curriculum documents. So these are finally our 11th PLO. As what Dr. mentioned earlier, we used to be very ambitious. People said 8 domains. We had 10 PLOs. But be careful. Our experience, what we like to share with you, if you are too ambitious, you are not in line on others, especially MQA, panel comes in, they not be able to map it properly. Even try to arrange your PLO if you need to improve that. Try to arrange it according to the sequence of domain that highlighted by MQA 2.0. It's easier because MQA panel, they tend to remember by sequence very well. So it's easier for them to map. Don't worry, you have 11 domains. Now everything's secure. And things gonna be easier for you in terms of application. So that's what we did. And according to UITM, we have to implement what we call wisdom management, as I mentioned to you earlier, giving opportunity to our students to enhance their skill in other than dentistry. So if you look at our wisdom dentistry courses, faculty decided to choose these are the courses, which is contemporary voice ensemble. It's a music from a faculty of music. They love it because our students, they love to sing. When we have a mini band, we don't need to call other people, but the students are be happy to perform. So we enhance their skill. If you look at the interactive multimedia design, they are very creative. You'll be surprised sometimes you ask your students to do videos. They are master compared to us because they are IT savvy compared to us, right? So Malaysian cinema, we like to do videos because most of us moving towards the E or blended learning. So not only that you get help from them, but because some of the things that they do in terms of elective research project, they are very creative. So even ourselves, we are not that creative compared to them. And when you give an opportunity for them to learn to someone that is the expert, they get the first-hand experience. So that is the opportunity we given. Robotic and automation and also voice assembly. So these are the 5 courses that we offer to our students, and we actually encourage them to join. What happens, the faculty need to make arrangement to that. Therefore, in our curriculum, we need to change our curriculum, make sure our faculty not only comply to the Dean Council, which is the 10,000 to 11,000 SLT, the learning time. So we also have to make changes to our timetable. As you know, our SLT, face-to-face SLT, has to match to your timetable SLT that has been allocated. I think MQA panel are going to be very particular about that. There's thing not to forget. So this is what we've done. We started since 2019. So even one cohort is actually when the COVID-19 pandemic comes in, some of the faculty decided to do it online, so the students will be able to continue and enjoy the Wisdom Wednesday. So changes also made to the timetable. So I think whether I finished a bit too early, but I like to welcome to questions. And of course, what Dato mentioned to you earlier, Dato highlight to you what are the sequence that you need to do when you are doing your major curriculum review, especially in every 5 years, where the survey and so on. I don't want to touch on that. I think Dato clearly mentioned that on the sequence. But what I like to share with you the fact that curriculum review do not need a specific time for you to realize that time to change. Even a small details that we have observed, you can always bring back to the academic board meeting and probably raise those issues. But again, we are not necessarily going to take into consideration everything your examiner tells you. They're here for you just to give their comments, to give their observation, to give their feedback of what they observed, probably in the limited time. Even when they go through our content, they probably have not gone through the whole curriculum. Where when you, in our faculty, we claim it to be integrated, where some of the area probably delivered later than what has been seen. So those are the things important for us as a person who look at our curriculum from bird's eye view, because we see everything. We observe our students every day. Not only probably some of you are very close and friendly to your students, they always come to you and tell a lot of things, whether things that they're happy about or things they are not probably concerned about. So these are the things, even though may not be officially through survey, may not be officially through complaint, but these are the things important. In UITM, we have mentor, mentee. I think most of the school have, where the mentee comes to the mentor. But not all the time mentors are very approachable. Some mentors are just themselves. But some mentors should take some consideration. UITM make it compulsory. Every semester, mentor has to give a report. Not only the academic report, but also some other social or psychological influence that may impose your student performance. So any problem that they have, those and other things that we should take into consideration in our survey, in our curriculum changes, whether bring it up and ask our colleagues whether that it happened to them or the same class or the same cohort probably. So ask again whether our student, our mentee is exaggerated or by their own emotion, or they are too depressed or stressed with whatever going on. So these are the things, small little things you may take for granted, but have big impact on our curriculum. Again, our students, they will be our potential graduates. That is our image. So our image is actually portrayed by our curriculum. So if we have good strength curriculum, therefore people are actually be willing to send their children, probably their employee, probably their scholars to come to your institution and willingly to fight for the seat or the place. Yeah. So that is how we portray our image. Not we are there and show off in the website, but your student, your graduate is what bring you into the community. So if you have any question, by all means go ahead. Otherwise, that's it for me. Thank you for your time and attention.
The Wisdom Wednesday is within the campus, is it?
There are Faculty of Music is actually located in Shah Alam. Our faculty is in Sungai Buloh. So there are a lot of faculty moving towards MOOC, moving towards blended learning. In UITM, we have U Future, it's a platform for online learning. UITM make it compulsory for each faculty to develop. This year, probably, we have 4 or 5 MOOC being developed. Previous years, that was very encourageable and encourage us to develop MOOC. We got about more than 10 MOOC previous year, right? That's what. So these are the things that a lot of faculty moving towards online. So there are some faculties that still doing it more conventional direct teaching, but in terms of transportation, there always be an issue if you are further away. So a lot of faculty try to do it online, so then wherever your student be, they still enjoy the session and the courses being provided.
And they're part of your exam.
Yes, it is. So for SLT, if you're familiar with NQA requirement or Dean Council requirement, there are certain number of university courses. These are not faculty courses. These are university courses. Probably you're also familiar with MPU, the general courses that is compulsory, that is treated by higher education, Ministry of Higher Education, that must be taken by the undergraduates. That is fall under that category. So it will not actually encroaching or going to disrupt our total SLT for faculty courses. That is another thing on the plan curriculum. That's it.
What I was just reducing in such a way that every faculty, when they are free from the faculty.
Okay.
So the student can register at other faculty. So that's how we encourage. So everyone, there is no faculty process. It's blind. The student can choose if they want to do music, IT, engineering, or the things of that.
So how long ago did you?
1 semester. I mean, we started about 2 sessions.
Oh, because I think it's very useful for the dental graduates, because when you come out to the field, we expect them, to go on digital ceramah, posters, pamphlets, leaflets, So I think this is very
But you have to work with other faculty as well, they can offer
But this is top down for everybody else.
Similarly, from other faculty also they will come to dental.
Yeah, we also offer.
So at that time they
Yeah.
probably the other faculty also will have integration with the.
Yeah, we also offer one.
Yeah.
Like when we compare the SLT with the university courses, so do we include this SLT also with the MPU, or MPU is separate and this is
So in the process, you have the university process, you have MPU process, and you have core process. So you start university process. It's part of the process. The core process are the yes. The MPU is the MPU subject. Previously, you ask the student to take some direct lesson, but we also have another third language. Third language to all our students have to take Mandarin. Okay, so we make them take Mandarin. So at least they know can communicate with patients. So that's what we make them understand. But it's compulsory for all our students to take third language. Like for engineering, they speak German because they want to go to Germany, or many of them they have a lot of MOE ties with German government, so they speak German. But for us, I thought they were useful for them to communicate with patients in Chinese. So they speak Mandarin. But Mandarin is still there, but the other courses like now we used to put computer introduction to computer. Yeah. But now we understand that before they join us, they already know about computer. So no need to do computer. That's why we come up with other subjects. That's why we must be relevant. We know what are the type of students coming to us. So what different students coming to us.
So do they reach any competency level, or that is only an adult course?
The process is just they will be expert, but they need to find a field. They know something.
The language is also like the pass up.
Yeah, that's the exam. Usually, so far, nobody feels like the language. But they want to be able to understand and speak basic. And because of that, we also have one entrepreneur focus where they learn how to start business. All these things. So we invite people to start practitioners to share with them how to set up our practice and their business. We have people from the business faculty set up about business strategy, business planning, and all this. So that is part of the university.
So that means like every year we'll have a different module in subject.
Year
one will be Mandarin.
The entrepreneur course is the year 5. The intermediate is on Thursday. Year one. So
the
language course is spread over 2 years. Year 1 year.
Okay, no question? Thank you.
Very good lecture.
Thank you.
We really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you so much.
And, but I have two doubts actually. With regards to PQ format for OSCE and to do for 3-level vetting within the department, then with the higher management, then with the external exam. But the time frame, like when you do with the higher management, within the department and within the higher management, there could be some conflicts within the specialists regarding any vetting, questions, everything. You are going to document all those processes. You are going to document and going to get the final copy.
Yes.
But with regards to getting with the external examiner, there will be some time when we come to know who will be the external examiner, or whether we are going to incorporate the changes what the external examiner says to the question, and what level, how much you are going to incorporate.
Okay.
How is it the process?
Okay. In in our faculty, we will monitor everything that vetting has been conducted. So the minute clearly stated over the concern, the learning level, whether issues in terms of SNO or CA. As we move along towards the second level will vary fast. The changes that has been made. You may not aware what was changes be because we bring in things like a new question, but it was better in the first level. And at the second level, again, we look at on a similar issue, where the suitability of the questions, whether the question mapped properly, whether the question is actually at the level of the learning level expected, because we need to know for undergraduate, we actually stated clearly how many percent of learning level we want it to be. From C1 to C3, there will be on about 60%. And then from C3 to C4, there will be another 20%. C4 and above, there will be 10%. When we go through that, in UITM, prior to vetting, each of the head of department are required to prepare what we call examination blueprint. Every lecturer will be assigned to a question or to a topic that has been assigned to the specific learning level. For example, Mariati has been assigned to removable appliance with a learning level of C4, which is analysis. So I need to prepare SAQ or MEQ at a C4. Therefore, the first thing I need to know, I need to go by a verb of discuss, which is map to C4, for example. So those are the things that has been planned ahead. UITM, or we decided to go with our professional examination, the deputy dean will have to make a timeline already when to do department first level vetting and when will be the second level vetting. Normally, the academic board have decided ahead of time, probably earlier, who is going to be our external examiner. The question will be sent 1 month before the examination. They have plenty of time. Of course, a lot of comments will come in from external examiners. We acknowledge the expertise, we acknowledge your comment. Some of the issue we actually open when their issue is conflicting with what the first and second level has vetted through, because we have needed everything. We know what was the issue, especially when you are actually managing the question. So if there is any issue, we will go and see that particular person and discuss, what do you think about this? These are the way that we think that this question be. When they come up with certain ideas, probably if it's actually against or slightly of what we aim for, open for discussion. Most of the time, we take that as our respect to our content expert. Then we do make amendment, because a lot of things from our experience, when the content expert look through our question, probably they say the question may not be suitable because it's quite high level. We are quite ambitious. We will see our question slightly tough. Most of them will say, or probably you could save it, or we have, because now we have a lot of PG's program. Maybe you can put that for your PG, or you can bring down the level a little bit and subtle the question a little bit more. Those are always being taken into consideration, because when we map into that, we still have to remember we have a blueprint that we need to comply to. If you see 10% of your assessment, where is the 10% be if you start to reduce your learning level? So these are a lot of things probably you have to think about, but it has some significance. Most of the time we'll take that into consideration, but most of the time our external examiners are very approachable. They are take comment and open for discussion.
Let me just make a comment. This is my
experience. Go ahead.
I've been in KTM, I've been to few institutions where examiners, external examiners. Of course, those days they don't tell the examiner or external examiner. Okay, and give you an example, say that in my specialty, say, okay, there's some lesion lying here. Okay, what is your diagnosis and what is your management? That's a part of the OSCE. So it so happens that many institutions, because of the shortages of amount of cases they have, the same OSCE is repeated batch after batch after batch. So what happens? I go there, I realize this. So I just keep quiet, don't say anything. I of course carry my laptop. I have a lot of pictures. So I just a system on the right side, I just made a system on the left side. I can pick up another picture. Same question, everything is the same. 80% of the batch could not take a diagnosis. So this is the problem we see with OSCE as well, because the same OSCE is like flogged like a dead donkey over the last 8 or 10 years. So they all know that this has to come. For example, when I was an undergraduate, we had for histology, thyroid and testis, both have got follicles. The only way we used to identify between thyroid and testis in a histology slide is that the testis had a crack at the end of the slide. So if there's a crack there, it has to be testis. Right? So, but ultimately, but that time it was a game for us. But the thing, unfortunately, what are we trying to test these candidates? See, the thing is, you have to, like what I said before as well, you must see the end point. The end point is they have to go out from your institution street smart. They should be able to go to the high speed practice and able to diagnose. That is what is important. And I feel sorry that that is not being met.
Thank you, Dr. Taman. So, as I said, the question, as you correctly said, scenario. Okay. Remember, as I said, I went to one university. Instead of saying, what are the factors that will affect the speed of organization? Okay, you need to ask a direct question. So, but I didn't say that. So patient comes to you, tell you, fit the dental in the model, but doesn't fit in the mouth. But these factors affecting patient organization. So you give them a scenario, make them think. Then you can see whether they are still or not. So these are things going to do. So that's why we now the question we are not giving direct question or scenario based. Then make them think. How? Because otherwise, if you give a direct question, they will memorize the answer. So when you give them to think, then you know this is can they think. So we are trying to create a thinker rather than people who warming up from what they learn. So as I said, out of 30 about 30 sample viruses, 1 or 2 only can answer because they can think problem solving. That's why in our learning outcome, there is problem solving. And you know whether you can answer or not, whether you can solve a problem. So these are things that you to run like what you say, having the same question. I think there are lots of ideas. As I said, we can always change. We put different picture. The thinking with the student say or different, but actually it's the same thing. But the way you answer is different. So that's the thing that we want them to be thinkers rather than memorizing things. So these are things we're going to develop in our.
I think it all depends on how you impart that kind of knowledge.
So that's why tomorrow workshop, exam session, you can see that we are not going to say them direct question anymore. We're all scenario based. And we ask a scenario based question, it will become at a higher level. We're not going to say describe, list, or it all become a C1, C2. But even when this elaborate on more higher level, we're going to see the creativity and how we can solve the problem. Now back to your question just now about after Marathi has answered part of it. So we, at the beginning of the year, we have have a meeting to decide who will be the exam. Not the 2 months before the exam. So, like for example, by December, what exam is going to be our by December, we have a meeting to decide who the exam. We have already an academic letter for the whole year. So we decide who the exam for the main, who is the reserve, in case it cannot come, reserve. So we then communicate with the examiner. This is already okay. So make sure you are free for that. That period. So and then we also have a timeline. When should the first level get done? When is second level getting done? When is the examiner should be set at least 1.5 months before it. And we through set
two questions. If I am happy with set one, give the set. Okay, so it's all done one month before set exam. So after the first level writing, we have second level writing. Second level writing in the past, we used to go to hotel.
Yeah.
Stay in the hotel over 3 or 4 days, finish it off. All the exam.
From 8
But
to
now
12 o'clock at night,
because,
right? From 8 to 12 o'clock at night.
from morning until night, you know, you stay in the hotel, finish off. But now, money is also we have to do it. We take the student break, we do it the whole day in the faculty. We used to do that in the past. Every time the delegate say, I want money to go to hotel. In the past, yeah, we used to do that. But now, financial constraint, so we do it in the faculty. Once the surface level writing is done, as I say, the lecturer will be told that you have to set the certain value one at what level, certainly what level. Okay, so when they have done, I think they come up to the come to second level with deans and the head department, all the things over there. Because sometimes when we at the department level, we don't see the greater aspect. They think their question is clear. But when another person look at the question, they might interpret differently.
Yeah.
Differently. So these are things that we at second level recommend. Sometimes a lot of this, the level you ask is not the level you're supposed to. So we say, okay, we change. We either change the question, we change the question, rearrange the question, or sometimes we reject. Go back, another question. So we understand another, do another more question. So these are things where we do time frame there to make sure that the question reaches external to reach time to do that. So that's I think a management that department level, second level, and then
here again, I have another doubt. It might not silly, but it's okay. I'll ask it. What happens is that when we are, say, when one of the academic staff is given a question in the blueprint to set in, like, to set with the C4 criteria. They will set one question where I generally prefer is the entire question is not being C4. When we segregate the question into multiple sections, one or two of the questions could be at the higher level, and subsequently the other question could be C1 or C2 level. So collectively, how would you put a blueprint for that particular question?
So when we look at the question, we look at what is the highest level we ask. Not all methods must be C4, but sometimes must have 2 or 3 parts. If there is one part that asks the higher level, it's probably should.
So the question per se is if the highest level, the sub question asked the highest level, then that will be considered major level question.
The highest level.
So you're not analyzing the number of marks.
But it also be because what is the component of the mark play the major role. So when you ask the C4, the C4 factor, the mark will play a significant role.
Because at the end we need to differentiate.
So that's why when you ask question, if the first part is this something, it's only 1 or 2 marks. Okay? 1 or 2 marks. But when you discuss, or then the mark is higher. So at a question of 50 marks, maybe the first part will be 10 marks. But the second part, discuss or elaborate or criticize or this.
Marks will be greater, but the things I want to know how you calibrate for each question.
So that's why we go by the bloom spectrum. We look at the verb, and then sometimes we say this is one verb, but we look at it. Some verbs appear in C1 and also C3. Yeah. So we must look this verb referring to C1 or C3. So that's why there are many times we send back the question back to the department to review. And for the basic science, where Malaysia we have clinical department lecturers will sit in the basic science level. So they will have input of clinical input in the basic.
Apply the basic.
So these are things that you of course some lecturers
not happy the question be rejected, but they have no choice. So we finally understand that. In fact, when we have a workshop, one of the lecturers said, during a student day, I thought answering questions is difficult. But yeah, question is more important than answering the question. Because we are now going to be more effective, we have to match the question to what we teach at what level. And then also, going to math, is it cognitive, is it psychomotor? So this must be, so it's not easy that now it is not easy any question. Okay. Yeah.
Regarding the question to the external examiner, do you send the question to the reserve external examiner also?
No, all of them make.
So at one point, let's say the external examiner cannot make it and you want to call a reserve.
No, so actually, what matters is at the end of the day, we say in the exam, there should be at least one external exam. So if you have an exam, you have 3 external exams. So at the day the exam, the external exam cannot come, but we have another exam. But if both examiners cannot come, then we don't have examiner, right? Then we have to try to get any the result. Okay. But the question will be exactly the same. But I mean, the starter, the question will be accepted, but at least it doesn't mean you need to have examiner every class. In the way you must have 2 examiners in the professional exam. So if you have that, you put what you do. But of course, it's unlucky you cannot come back. You must justify that. If final, I mean, visit by you at the next. Like every year you don't have exercise, then something is wrong. You don't have, you cannot do the same excuse every year. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Now, if not, then I hand over to Dr. Goku. So the afternoon session, we will have after lunch. Dr. Nigarana will share our comprehensive care, how we do our comprehensive care. Then after that, we will sit down and what next to do in the presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you, Doctor. Now we'll move on to our lunch. Lunch is being served, so we'll be back at 2:30. Okay, so from 4:30 to 2:30, we have lunch served here. We have and come back at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you.
D'accord.
No, you can create. You can create. Also, you can do a team program. You can do now it's not good. One must especially the one master, you create. Whether recognize or not, but I know I will get to most of them, all of them.
Okay, no problem.
Actually, one some of them yeah. Yeah, tapi yang biasa
I hope the smell makes you become the food.
I know that used to you in the response.
I go back and
the new online, right? Zoom is on the way, madam. No, that's okay. That is not important, madam. That's all part the business one person to take care. So we are ready to learn about this.
Actually, it's not a horse like.
Okay.
Okay, your parents have not.
Mula-mula sebelum primary school, now this month on very normal.
No, because we. I know that in my son's house, I just walk and step and I'm. Yes, because of the network. Get coffee. Get coffee.
Just one item on the plate, when you put it the veggie. You can eat only the veggie is not there. You want to eat it.
So the rice we can eat.
Then rice, the chicken, the gravy, raita.
So the veggie is for the rice.
The veggie is for the side.
Side.
There will be some vegetarian. The yellow is pure veggie. There will be some vegetarian.
Because we are ready to come. Okay. Looks like. She's gone.
Info.
Bola, she's jangan info. Oh, okay. So far away.
Yeah, because the time is smooth. Like data providers. Yes, I can answer this question. Just how this is standing for that. Yeah, no, I can take it. Very yeah. I'm waiting for the statements. Oh. Hello. Hello. Yes, sir. Yeah, very just
ആദ്യം നോക്കിയിട്ടില്ല ഞാൻ ഷാർട്ടിനോട് നമ്പർ കഴിച്ചില്ല ഷാർട്ടിന്
also is completely, it is just for impromptu to organizer. So they didn't inform you also. Okay, common service, right? They had so much. Get the rain, I think, so. Dark clouds. Oh, windy and dark clouds.
Have to do that.
You are not in chemicals, right? So, contact chain.
And Sentosa Camp.
Or Sentosa chain. And contact chain. So that's the demand, because not enough people in the room. Holy right. Eat lunch. If you want lunch is served. No, 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 it's okay, can talk. Lunch break. Huh? Yeah, very nice. Oh, very nice. Yeah. What's the name? What's the name of the hotel? Very nice. Oh, sweet man. I wish Apathy was free. Cannot, today tomorrow cost lah. Yeah. Enjoying yourself. Right again? Yeah, she mama already. Let her enjoy herself. Okay, bye. My daughter-in-law and granddaughter went for staycation. No, that's a W. The hotel. W. Very nice. Oh, okay. For you. Okay.
So obviously she has the obligation to come once it's over.
Okay.
But she didn't tell anyone.
Okay.
Except students.
Okay.
And everyone was
Thank you.
not anything, but yeah, anything.
Okay. How do you know about it?
They were actually conversations.
Who was that?
They were discussing, and I was. Close the door.
That's right. I actually don't know. She closed the door.
No, I mean, like, it's fine.
Yeah, but discuss also. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's it. How should we?
It's a deal of the individual.
this 30 days.
There is a relation program.
Yeah, yeah.
You couldn't see the view before the deadline.
Yeah.
Next, body and all.
Upstairs. Small.
The day we were maybe
Yeah, isn't it?
There you went? Lunch? Oh, the lunch is pizza.
Yeah, I had it.
Where you got?
The diet?
There.
Yeah. You got where? Oh.
He went somewhere. Not sure. My daughter is very good. He's been taken out tomorrow.
Oh, you do?
Meeting of all asked me to go to GA.
Oh, I see, okay. I thought we should come in. Anyway, and having said all that, I didn't want to talk
I said locals, there's no chance.
Oh, why? So difficult in Mexico.
No. Pick her up, take her to the hospital. COVID screen.
Oh, why GA becomes a big story?
Yeah, right. People you can't talk to them.
That is a problem. I will not try and get people to try to do it. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Sam. Great, you know me. You are okay.
You did your global service.
Yeah, I did. Why do you do something?
Why?
You pay your own money eventually.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a
2 years? No, 1 year. 1 year.
It's like the other two.
It's like all the other things. I mean, you just don't see the ends of the problem.
I see.
Yeah. Especially in primary care, you see all the cases that we do.
How are you going to solve all that?
Maybe not through private sector, but you can try to instill a different mindset.
Right, okay. Good luck to you.
Yeah, I know. It's not a simple problem.
Because they don't follow the key to anything. Those young students are going up there, they don't follow the key. If you want to say something, you must get the follow the top.
Yeah, but at least you change your mindset when you go out.
That's what I'm trying to say. Even the curriculum, because dental schools is telling you no need to do institutional. No, that kind of there should be some common ground to all institutions in India.
There is.
But they're not following.
The NQA
NQA has got a lot of leeway, right?
Yes.
Lot of leeway. So there's so much of gaps in between. So that part of it they have to think. So what they should do is they the NQA is oral surgery, this topic, but what they teach there is all these things.
Yeah, but then there's certain basics. The people who are lecturers there should know what are the certain basics you need to do it.
They don't, unfortunately, they don't. That's why.
No, I didn't know block they teach, but just that they don't have enough practice.
Oh, some schools they do.
Like from where?
What? This is only not important. You can do in
But around here, all the students I have seen before, all the time.
they don't, some don't, telling it.
Oh. I mean, all the local university graduates Some of them, they all learn, but we not have enough practice. That I thought. But don't learn at all the first time.
No, don't learn again.
So you see. Oh, okay. I'm surprised. I am surprised that you're the first person I have met who has paid on their own. And after that, your dentist will also pay on your own. Then
So do you, when you reach your, what is the degree you get, you can put it in the NSR?
No, I'm not registered yet.
No, can you?
With my friend.
Yeah.
No, PhD. For litigation, I think it's PhD.
No, but you can do what?
But it's a 4-year master.
Yeah.
I nice with you. I know
Okay. That's wrong?
Donation. You are donation.
Yeah. What is the no, NSR.
Yeah.
Not eligible.
So you need a 4-year program, that means you need to continue your PhD.
You know the regulations.
No, the master's program for public health, 4 years now.
No.
Yes, but it's a 4-year finally directed.
Yeah.
4-year. So that's what previously was 4-year master. Now it's been changed to 4-year PhD. But it's a 4-year course. It's not NSR anymore. It's under the new dental act.
Dentist specialist, DSR.
So you're the first different person that I've met.
So there needs only 1 year?
Yeah, right. You can go on here.
Only year?
Yeah, because I'm certain that I'm not
Then why not it's apply to UN? You can finish, you can do that.
Right.
Why you apply to UN? It's very easy to get public health, right?
You mean master or PhD?
Master.
Oh, no, it's not that simple. Yeah, my girlfriend recently she just applied for USM. Oh, the list is so long. Everybody get 15 minutes of interview, and it goes on for the whole day. That is one which subject and the public health.
Then you go on to a PhD? Can you enroll for PhD?
It will be easier if you are the trainee lecturer in government university. It will be easier.
Because, okay, why I'm asking that is, once the dentist specialist register gets enforced, where do you see yourself? Maybe it takes maybe another year or two, right? Dentist specialist register? No, but even academics also going to follow the same.
Yes, but then for them to teach, the job will not be a problem.
No, but then teach, but then to come up and career as associate prof later. Then,
Eventually, you get associate prof or prof, you need more.
Yeah.
right. So that's what I'm trying to ask. So where do you see yourself 2 years or 3 years once the dentist specialist register comes being enforced, then what happens?
Yeah, it's still under consideration whether to go for PhD, right? But as for private practice, see, they are taking a lot of foreigners. So all those foreigners we are registered with our. Yeah. So like private university will never have enough of lecturers for various fields. So those that are thinking are not registered with our NSR. So I don't see how they can implement it.
Again,
Then all the
in fact, they have given articulating to all institutions saying that they should get somebody with a dentist specialist register. They've given 5 or 10 years time, asking all the institutions to enforce that. They given them a leeway and say within 10 years, all the faculty has to have special services. So KL, this to KL or Selangor? KL started.
Yeah, very slow. Like more.
What?
Calling people faster.
Okay, dental. Okay, I thought KL, I thought some people already got
Dental.
dental.
Then they are few now.
Private practitioners.
Few now maybe. But like my classmates and all, it's like they call the help of you. Then they do the some friend favorite, so he had to go and do that. So what after that, so he also say, oh, what already is that? He doesn't come here. Yeah, one is blue and he was called Bola. He come running a Bola and oh, he was the look the ball. Sudah bola, ini agak benar. Saya pun dah bosan dengan cerita bernyanyi. Tapi dia cakap tak tahu yang cuma juga memang tak tahu nak buat. Dulu nanti orang head job, orang akan pergi job. Tapi nak dia yang siram bunga. Itu buat kita kan? Ya, video. Itu saja.
I sent you actually. It's also nearby, right? Actually, Maybe it's not from that. That's good. Hey, you're going to start only 2:45. Where you go? Yes. Watch. 2:30 now, they should be 2:45. You do online, right? Do the online. So I got one thing about setting the daughter's things along. 2:45 is good. Keep on going. So, I thought I had late. Yes.
For your lunch. Everyone is somewhere here. I don't know where they went. Somebody's slept in their car, somebody's playing, somebody went for a friend, and all everybody is tired. Oh, it's really.
companies. Saya sampaikan ini kau di sini. Maybe or like that, you know. So it's like that. There's going to be one medical officer in Plaza. If you see me, he's the analyzer. He's there. What do you talk to you? No, just stop. No, Roshan. He was with me in Plaza for a long time. You know Roshan, so Roshan. Just okay, what's why you come entertainer?
just running them or they can learn but dia tak ada
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. I can see from here. From back, we can see.
You know, you just see that side. You won't just say.
Any flash from back, you are the in the good read. And you will come back in this thing, right? Because last time we
she's not. But compared with the name, he's not. Pinanto also is good. Pinanto also is good name. Because she
Can you hear my voice? I think
Mike is here.
my voice is quite soft. Loud and clear.
Closer.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome back. So I have a very good lunch, delicious lunch. Yeah, I hope I can do a good presentation today. So I'm truly honored. Thank you for inviting us, and then I hope that I can share some experience from ITN regarding the integrated curriculum that we implement in 2017. All right, then this is like sort of, it has been like 4 years and now fully integrated, especially for the year 5 students, with which we embed the PQE exam. This is our discipline is actually for the professional exam is for exit exam for the PDS2. Okay. Okay, before I start with the curriculum, the introduction of the curriculum, allow me to just introduce our campus in Sungai Buloh. I think most, maybe part of you, 5 our former students, all right? I know these are just, I think, a few kilometers, just 1 kilometer or less from Hospital Sungai Buloh. And I think about 22 kilometers from here. Okay, so it's not that far. Actually, I think Dato went there before. Okay, and this is our building. I think Dr. Melati has shown it to you before. And this is the ground floor of our faculty, where the registration counter is. All right. Our faculty is just newly opened in 2015 or 16, something. Okay, this is our students, a group of students, I think in year 3. Our students will wear scrubs in during the clinical years, whereby if you see the scarf is a color coded for the badge. All right, so this is year 3. They will go until the year 5. This is the cohort, which cohort. So we will identify them by the color of the scarf or the strips. On the scrubs. Okay, this is the teaching clinic. We have 4 teachers in our teaching clinics. We have 3 clinics, year 3, 4, 5 dedicated clinics. So each clinic is 4 teachers. So we have about 120 chairs for the students. And this is one of our specialist clinic, the training specialist clinic. We have 7 disciplines altogether. Okay, let's go. Let's see this a little bit. Okay,
So I'm going to share with you what we are doing in faculty of dentistry in ITS, which actually for the dental curriculum we have two models, right? So most of the dental school will adopt two models, which is a discipline based, whereby the students will is more on student centered, and the students will focus more on requirement based, on numerical based. Upon their graduation, they need to achieve certain numbers of certain disciplines in order for them to graduate. All right. But ours, we are shifting to integrated approach. Last time we used to have a discipline-based approach, but now we are shifting to integrated approach, which is more patient-centered and more patient-driven curriculum, whereby the students need to finish up certain numbers of case completion before they can graduate. So they have the holistic approach of the patient's needs rather than their focus more on their requirements, right? I think most schools adopt this kind of curriculum now. For example, the University of Melbourne, University of Adelaide, University, the one that we went there for the benchmarking, Hong Kong University, yeah, and many more, I think. Okay, what is integrated curriculum, or in the faculty of dentistry, we call it comprehensive care, all right? So integrated curriculum is actually a seamless and integrated dental treatment that addresses all patients' needs. So if one patient went there and treated by the students need to finish up everything what the patient wants, or the treatment plan formulated to the patients, rather than, oh, I think I want to do amalgam because I need to finish up 10 amalgams. I need to finish up 10 concepts. I need to finish up one root canal treatment. It's not the way we do it now, but we do it more comprehensive. It's rather than it's more to holistic approach. Okay, why we choose the integrated curriculum? Because we want students to experience or to simulate the real scenario of working life as a dental practitioner. So after they graduate, they won't be a specialist that focusing more on endodontic treatment or more on prosthodontic treatment. They have to do everything under the sun. So we want to prepare them with all the disciplines and with all the needs that for the patients. Okay, so we implement this curriculum in 2017 for the clinical years, with which is year 3 to year 5. It's not recorded.
It's actually live.
Oh, live. Okay. So the students can hear. Oh, that's good.
We have other participants, like the local staff, some.
I see. All right.
COVID has helped us be on.
I didn't know that. As long as they can, you all can hear me. Okay.
It's temporary solution.
Okay. All right. I better shout a little bit. Okay. All All right, why we transform from discipline-based curriculum to the integrated approach? Okay, because from my observation, from our observation, since 2010, when our first graduates, okay, which students are more prioritized to the requirement. All right, meaning they pick up the one that they want from Thank you.
They're on the mic, so.
Oh, I
so
see.
we told them to mute.
So they cannot hear.
No, they can hear.
Oh, they can hear.
We were hearing what they were hearing also.
Oh, all right.
So now they mute. So now from here.
Oh, okay. So thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
All right. From our observations since 2010, when our first graduates, all right. So we observed that our students is more focused to the requirements. They will select the patient that they want, and they will let after they have complete all, they have finished up all the requirements. That's not good. We receive many complaints from the patients to continue the treatment, come back to continue the treatment, and they have to put it back in the waiting list. So it's troublesome for the students, for the patients to come back and continue the treatment after sometimes. All right. So, and also there is a higher chances of the patient, they won't do, they just discontinue the treatment, meaning the patient will left without any case completion or any completed of the case. And when they meet the requirements, for example, I want only 10 amalgam restorations, and then, I don't want to do it anymore, even though I have 20 patients. You go out to any private clinics, you could go and settle it yourself. So from from our observation, this is happened, and many patients come back to us complaining about this. So we need to do something during the curriculum review. So this is it is a brilliant idea from our committee, from Dato. So Dato sit down with me and Sarina. I think can we do integrated approach of curriculum rather than discipline-based curriculum. So that's why we go to Kuwait. So I went to Kuwait with Dato and another lecturer to see. This is our academic visit in Kuwait in 2015. So we went there to learn because they adopt the integrated approach of curriculum. So we went there to learn how they manage the curriculum, how they manage the CC clinic, how they do the curriculum, and also we want to see how the layout of the roster and also the clinics. Okay, this is in 2015. So we University is very, very helpful with this and teach us how to design the curriculum, and they share also with us. Okay, let me go with the philosophy of the comprehensive care curriculum. So my final advisor once used to tell me that you don't put eggs in one basket. You need to diversify. You need to invest. Property, you need to invest in gold to diversify your money. All right? But it's not so for the curriculum, comprehensive care curriculum. You need to put the eggs in one basket. All right? So all the disciplines will go under one roof. Okay, for example, orthodontics, oral surgery, prosthodontics, operative periodontics, oralology, and endodontics. So the students will come to the clinic. We will assign a patient, and they need to do whatever the needs of the patient. For example, patient wants to do operative works or filling, and as well as the orthodontics. So they will do the treatment under one roof. The supervisor will come to the clinic, not they move to another clinic. All right, that's what we do right now. And wherever the competency, the minimum clinical experience or the expected clinical experience, they need to finish up in this clinic. So we have dedicated clinic for year 3, year 4, and year 5. So whatever the requirement needed, they need to push up in this clinic. So it means that no separate clinic for the specialties. All right. At the end of the day, whatever the achievement, whatever the requirements needed by the Peace Council, the head of department will present to the faculty board members, and we will decide whether these students are eligible to sit for their professional exam or not. Okay. Okay. Before we go with the implementation of the comprehensive care clinic, there are two documents that we need to complete or we need to design, which is case type and description for waiting list, minimum clinical experience, the design of minimum of how much the clinical experience or expected clinical experience, how many competency do we have to do, right? This is following the Peace Council. We need to design the general examination and diagnosis to cover all disciplines, and also we need to have integrated lab program. In my department, which is the ECC 627, we have 5 modules. We have 7 departments in our faculty, and my department is the biggest department. We have currently actively, I have 23 active lecturers, and if let's say all together, if we come back from the studies already, I have 31 academic lecturers under my department alone. Full time alone. All right. So the 5 modules that include in our department is introduction to clinical practice, whereby they have to learn about ethics, communication, basic life support. All right. And the second part, before they enter the clinics, they need to have the module for example, moisture control. How to do examination diagnosis, the comprehensive examination diagnosis, the ergonomics, the PPE. All right, the hand washing. So all is under introduction to clinical practice. The second one, we have a cardiology module, whereby we integrate the cardiology module, meaning from the discipline of oral biology, oral pathology, restorative, preventive, prosthodontics, and endodontics. So we integrate everything. Vertical and horizontal integration. Okay. What the clinical management is basically is the management in the comprehensive care clinic, as well as we have specialists and dentistry in our module and case integration or PBL, because PBL is the integrated between modules or disciplines. So we put it under here. And monitored by the PBL committee. So our course was start in semester 2 to semester 10, and we have for the clinical SLP alone with various disciplines, we have a SLP 1,693. Okay, so in this course, there is a directed learning, meeting, seminar, lecture, business plan, as I mentioned by Dr. just now. We have special needs community service. All right. We have a case presentation in this module as well, and also the clinical training. So what is the purpose of this curriculum? Actually, we want the students to relate the knowledge with all required skills to adapt evidence-based approach into the practice of their history, including parallel specialists, case integration, and field work. when we design our course outcome based on the groups taxonomy or the level that they need to achieve, and the highest level is C6 level. Okay. The second one, we want our students to analyze information in a scientific and effective manner, assist in critical thinking and problem solving for patient care. So this is more on this presentation, this report, and PR. And also, we want students to have the experience to develop or propose a business plan in establishing a private practice, including its management. So, in this module, we gave a group of students to come up with the planning of their business plan for their practice. So they have to come up with a financial statement, the strategic location, a report, a comprehensive report, as if they want to open up their own clinic. So they can use that business plan if, let's say, after graduates, they want to open up their clinic. So they can use our guidelines to open up the clinics. Okay. And lastly, it's a C6 level. We want the students to really integrate and apply basic sciences, behavioral sciences, clinical sciences, learn to do the process of patient analysis and treatment planning and execute the plan successfully. So more or less, we want to teach the students to formulate the treatment plan and also how they execute the treatment plan, how they manage it by phase, the treatment plan of the patient. Okay. This is one of the designs before we can implement or embark into the comprehensive care or integrated curriculum. We adopt this part and description from Harvard School of Dental Science. Actually, Harvard School of Dental Science is the one who started with the integrated curriculum, which is in 2009. Okay, so we adopt their case part and description to come up with our list. So we modify a little bit to suit our needs. All right, so if you can see from here, the type 1 is the minimal or the easiest one, the minimal level of difficulty up to type 6, the higher level of difficulty. So each student will be required, each student required to finish up 15 cases before they can do a complete case. But they can choose whatever the procedure that they want to claim. What, for example, if you want only one type 1, you need to have experience on type 1. You can choose whether you want to do simple extraction, scanning of and polishing. You can choose type 1. For the type 2, for example, they need to do 2 cases. So they can choose whether they want to do multiple restoration, maybe 2 restoration on that patient, all right? Or multiple extractions. So they can claim with type 2 case type. And so on until the type 6. So in comprehensive care course, you need to complete at least 15 case completion before you can graduate. Okay, after designing the case type, you need to come up with your own ECE or MCE and the number of what are the competency that the students need to do before they can sit for their professional exam. All right? So when we design, we follow the Buddhist counsel as our baseline, but we can put it a little bit more or extra to suit our needs. So I'm sure all of you know what is MCE, ECE, and competency. Just for me to recap, minimum clinical experience is a minimum requirement needed before you can seek for your competency. For example, in comprehensive care, they need to do END or examination and diagnosis alone with the formulation of the plan before they can seek their competency. Their competency is a multidisciplinary examination and diagnosis. Okay. Competency is the ability to carry out a task on a patient to a pre-certain standard without any assistance, meaning when they present the competency, they should do it independently. They cannot ask the supervisor whether this is a monthly practice, how I formulate the monthly practice, or should I do the extraction first, or should I do the composite first? You cannot ask the supervisor. You have to come up with yourself. And expected clinical experience is expected clinical procedure experience prior to final professional examination. Meaning you need to finish up everything, students need to finish up everything before they can sit for their exam. If they don't, if they are not able to sit for their if they are not able to complete their requirements, they will be barred from the examination. They have need to extend another 6 months. You can sit for your professional exam. Okay. Okay, this is the example of our continuous assessment, which is 40%, and we have 60% of our professional examination. So we will put it in percentage for comprehensive care. We have seminar presentation, case management report, specialist report, industrial visit report. We need to complete the case assessment. The semester tests have certain weightage, PBL have certain weightage, and business plan have certain weightage. And this is the requirement NCT before they can sit for competency. Remember that. So students must do 8 cases of examination, and that means before they can sit for 1 competency test. All right. And after they have finished their requirements, when they are eligible to sit for the examination, so we have 3 components of examination, which is short answer question, OST on active stations, 10 active stations with 8 minutes, and then we have A2 and the single response answer for 50 questions. So this is the exit professional for all dental students. Okay. Besides the case part, the formulation of continuous assessment and also the professional examination, the faculty will appoint clinical mentors. This is we adopt from the Great University. So what is the responsibility of clinical mentors afterwards? Okay, so for year 3, we have 8 groups of students. So each group will have, each clinical mentor will monitor 10 students per group, and also the progress of their clinical. So similar to year 4 and year 5. So this is the responsibility of clinical mentors. We still will put under coordinator alone for the head of department. So the clinical mentors will ensure the students to comply with the clinic rules, assign patients from the patient's pool. All right. Monitor the students' attendance, supervise the treatment procedures by the student, give consultation of especially coordinate, assist the coordinator in the arrangement of the competency test. All right, they need to come up with the grades of the students and submit the grades, the final grades to the head of department. So this is our patient's pool, data pool from the system. We actually faculty of the dentistry that are very good online database or patient database. We call it IDENS. All right. So all logbooks, procedures, patients folder, where you want to book the appointment, all system. We are practicing paperless. We don't use paper anymore, even with the competency or even with the patient's folder. Okay, this is our system, integrated dental examination system. I think in our in-house lecturer we created this. All right, so all each lecturer will be given with a password in order for them to access this item. And this is only primarily inside the campus. You cannot do it at your home. You cannot do it in Starbucks, or you cannot do it anywhere. If you go to the UK or you go to holiday, you cannot access this system. It's quite confidential. Okay, this is the example of, you can see from here, from the top level, you can see the patient profile. So you will know the patient's information, the appointment. If let's say I want to do appointment, all right, as a specialist, I want to do appointment. So my DSC will book the appointment to the system. And also the students will book appointment from the system to the counter. No, okay, this patient will come today. This patient will come today. So this patient is cannot appeal the attend. So they fully appeal the attend, and the counter know that this patient won't come today. Right? And for the examination analysis, we need to come up with all the from history taking, from the consent history taking, until the formulation of treatment plan. So each of the title, they have a drop down that we need to fill. Okay. The progress note is actually the patient's program. Whatever information, procedures that students or specialists do or did, we will need to fill the progress note. Okay. And the billing, let's say I want to charge a patient 500, so we will go to this billing. E-log income mainly for undergraduate students. So the students, when they click that e-log, they have a drop-down menu. They can choose which discipline that they want to enter the procedures, and they get the signature from the supervisors. And the referral as well preventive and prospective. So they do it all online on digital. Okay. Example of the charting. All right, in the system, so we have color coding, we use ICDAS classification. All right, so students need to come up with the full charting information rather than scribble on the paper. This is the example of comprehensive treatment plan for the patient, meaning from, for example, they need to do the scaling and prophylaxis first up to the endodontic treatment program. Okay, all in here, and you can see from here, only the supervisor can remove. If let's say the students formulate wrongly, the supervisor, interventor can remove this button. The students cannot remove it by themselves. This is if let's say this, the students want to prescribe for the theoretical radiograph or any radiograph, okay, the students need to come up with a computer presentation, and they can upload the image, all right, the X-ray here, and when we go to the clinic, we just click the image and just click the information, so we know this is the information from our students. Okay. Okay. Finish with the comprehensive examination and diagnosis. So we designed the integrated logbook. This is mainly for the students, the grad students, and also I think the postgrad students. They have it as well. Okay. So if you can see from here. The way that the faculty design patient part, meaning in primary care, the dental officer, when they screen the case, they need to screen by the type 1 until type 6. They're not screening. This is for amalgam, this is for composite, this is for endo. They are screening by the type. And who we're going to assign is a clinical mentor, right? The clinical mentor give the clinical mentor to assign patient to the student, right? And in clinical log record, you can select the name of the students, and they will come out with the procedure that you want to mark. Right? This is the example of the students in the log. You can see from here there is so many subjects. And for example, logbook for oral diagnostic imaging, PA, we need to come up with 20 PAs, for example, interpretation. All right. So which two they are interpreting? Okay, the status complete or not because the action the supervisor is completed, so it is completed. If incomplete meaning they didn't get the signature from the supervisors. Okay, so from the logbook we can generate report. Then we can analyze the report whether they achieve the minimum clinical findings or expected clinical findings set by the. Okay, once everything have put in order, so this is time for us to implement on the CC clinics or CC course. Okay, before we can start with CC course or CC clinic, we invite all the academic lecturers or clinical lecturers to do a briefing. All right. Why we call it, especially from the operative dentistry, especially from the discipline that involved with the discipline, right? Why we do the briefing session? We need to get a clear understanding and standardization. How are you going to supervise students in CCTV? All right, because initially we have some rejection from our lecturers because they don't understand the concept of integrated curriculum. All right, and as well as the student activity of the clinical years. Okay, I want to show you the timetable that we calculated. Okay, the one that you see all the green one, right? That is CC clinic. So we don't specify what discipline under the CC clinic. All we talk about is CC clinic. And then I'm the one that will extract it from here to do the roster. So you can see from here the roster, color coding. The color code is there's a guideline from which discipline. For example, the thing for operative dentistry and orthodontics, the green one is for orthodontics. So we put it together under one unit. And so assign the lecturer, like the coordinator will assign the lecturer, and also we will come up and lastly with the comprehensive roster. Okay, after we have finished up with the timetable and also the rosters, so how we develop the integrated exam question? That is one thing that's very challenging. Okay. All right. So all questions must follow the full taxonomy. Set by this is the UITM taxonomy. We have the domain. So the question must use the words from the different level of difficulty. So this is some of the example of the question. Top one is a question. So if you can see from here how we do the ranking with the different disciplines. In under my department, we have different types of discipline. I have orthodontists, I have endodontists, I have orthodontists under my department. I have oral surgery. So we have various types of disciplines, and we sit together to do the ranking, which is more clinical scenario based, which means they need to come up with 2 or more disciplines for each question. And the bottom one is, for example, the OSP. We want to assess the communication from the students. So we do the dialogue communication, and we train the actor for this OSP question. This is more directive question. Okay. At the initial stage, there is so many rejection. Students cannot understand the concept of lecturer reject. I don't want to go to the system. I want to have my own disciplines. So how we overcome this one, we get the feedback. We do survey. We get the feedback from the students, we get the feedback from the clinical staff, and also we do the workshop of calibration for students. Right? Okay. My students, my elective students in year 500 year will come up with the survey that we use for after they have been at your professional exam, we need to answer the survey so that we know what are the things that are lacking with our curriculum. So we improve with the feedback given by the clinical staff and also the students. And also this is last week, last month, our calibration of operative dentistry. So we calibrate, we use students' model, all right? And then we calibrate, we score the students' model, all right? And we sit down, analyze whether we have a similar understanding or similar scoring between the academic staff. So this is the briefing by Professor Kuman. All right, and the facilitator give a briefing to all the academic staff, and this is, for example, students' work to score whether good, bad, moderate, right? So, and then sit down and analyze it. Okay, this is what we do. So we come up with the strategy. Okay, besides the calibration, we also have ICDAS calibration. This is like every student or every new staff need to sit for this ICDAS calibration. So this is an example for the lecturers. They have intra and inter calibration. And inside you went through this calibration as well, right? And this is for students. So each individual students go to this calibration. And this is an example of the samples for calibration. So whether this is ICDAS 3, ICDAS 4, or ICDAS 5. So they have a score and they analyze it. So they need to standardize it before the students can call their patients. Okay, just to introduce to all of you, under my department, currently we have 2 postgrad programs running, which is doctor in oncology, right now, and doctor in specialty dentistry. So soon, inshallah, I'm doing the MQA documents for the doctor industry. So we will offer it soon, right? And this is part of our teaching staff. I have everyone altogether, 23 active lecturers, and this is part of it. Okay, this is last month. Okay, I think this is my final slide. For the take-home message, if you want to implement this integrated curriculum, both students and academic staff must have a standardization, must have the same concept. If not, there will be so many rejections from the staff and the students. All right, with that, I think. Welcome. Do you have any questions? I hope you understand the concept of it.
Good presentation. I just have some questions regarding the example of questions what you had said. Like when we use the verb list, is there any criteria you have to mention how many they have to list?
They have to.
How many?
For example, list how many?
We use the verb list.
Right.
Do we need to mention the numbers?
Yeah, normally we do mention. We do mention list 5, list 8. Yeah, to guide the students and also with the marks. If the marks, let's say 10 marks, and the verb is list, so we list 5.
Yeah,
for example, Yeah, if not, the student will write all under the sun. They will all the whole paragraph. So we need to guide them. Yeah.
Doctor, I have a very comprehensive training.
Yeah.
When you post students, do the supervisors be from one department or you have multiple supervisors being the patient at the same time?
All supervisors from all disciplines, specialty. On orthodontic, Dr. Mariati also supervised under CC clinic. She's not from my department, but for the clinic, we will invite all the supervisors from all disciplines. So it's a seamless. It's a no like sort of no or this prosto discipline. You have to go to prosto session. No, we don't do that. So if let's say what CC clinic, if we assign 2 prosto supervisors, for example, one endodontics and one orthodontics, so the students will know, okay, today they have 2 prosto lecturers, so I will call prosto lecturer. For example, they want to take the impression. And after that, they want to do the root canal treatment, for example, impression for the primary study model. After that, they want to do the endodontic treatment. So they can do endodontic treatment without any hesitation because their lecturer is on the floor. All right. Rather than discipline-based, meaning we are assign, or this is prosto session, this is endo session. So you cannot bring endo a patient to this prosto session. So this is the beauty of the integrated CCTV.
So I have another using here also have an integrated clinic system.
Yes. Yes.
If the case is beyond their capability to manage, how do they do it?
Okay, for example, if one patient they have endomolar patient, for example, and they are like sort of year 3, just initial stage in the clinical years. What they do the participation, and they can actually refer to the final year students to do a more comprehensive one. Because if we want to wait for 3 years, maybe the place is gone.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so yes, we have the flexibility of still referral, but at the end of the day, after the year 5 finish up the molar endodontic, they need to go back or send back the patients to the year 3 students for them to claim the case condition. All right, so meaning they cannot discharge with year 5 students. They need to go back, meaning maybe the final prophylaxis, or maybe after 3 years, there's some, I see the 0 to 3 year restoration, we don't know, or plaque or cutlass. So the year 3 students will do the prophylaxis before they can, okay, I'm already done with you, no more for you to come to us, and you just come back after 6 months. Is the duty or responsibility of the year 3 students, not the year 5 students. For the year 5 students, only is the molar endodontics.
So who along the case, let's say if year 3 students who need the endodontic treatment, will the year 3 student liaise with the year 5 student, or the lecturer or the supervisor will post the case to the year 5 student?
Okay, they need to approach either their clinical mentor or the supervisor on the floor on duty. All right, and the supervisor will, they have to go to under referral section, and the supervisor will approve.
Supervisor will evaluate and
must be from the supervisor that approve, then supervisor will do the remarks. That is how the procedure or the protocol that we do for the students.
And let's say the students bring their own relative or parents for treatment. That's a very technical part to manage. Actually, we have a lot of issues in there. How do you?
Actually, all patients must undergo primary care, checking the time, the waiting list. But Prof, there is some occasion that, you know, I want type 4, which is maybe overdenture. And from the waiting list, I cannot have overdenture, so they bring their own relative. Sometimes a special cases be allowed, but not all. Depends on.
You encourage to between the own.
Yes. They have to undergo the.
So, I settled that is what we do. But that's why we have Dr. Gibson 6 partners of patients. They will be allocated as education to the group. So, I think to avoid we have to refer to the
they choose a simple case, a simple class point of a group one, group two case, so they can finish during their time, not to refer, but in some center we refer, but just for a case, I come back to finish off with the year.
Yes, I think good concept. Whatever it is to finish, get back the case, finally, then you get it.
It's just like that role, you know, when you practice, sometimes you want to refer back the wrong thing, record it, but after the wrong thing, you refer back to the original that is finish off the case.
This was the biggest challenge even in our clinics, how to go and manage the students.
Right.
Because they always bring their own friends, and if you want to refer them, then I will wait until after 6 months out here.
Yeah, it's like patients like a football that they want to send it there, they want to send it this discipline, they want to send it in less than that. So it's like so pity for the patients as well. Yeah. The students manage to achieve everything, but the patients is there, hanging there.
So this criteria is like UNT will start together with all the academic staff and the data of
the case start. Yeah, we have a committee to come up with the plan. Actually, at the academic level, faculty board member will sit down and will vet through the case start, the procedures that normally we see in our clinic. Not because Harvard they have a little bit different procedures, so we amend, modify a little bit to suit our needs in Malaysia. So yeah, so Harvard I think is a little bit higher or a little bit more. Yeah.
Especially when it comes to video, we have a lot of confusion about the doing experimenting and frustrating. It's very tough to balance. So that is a place where we find it difficult because every department we need staff to be on the floor to monitor.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, let's say I have finished up 15 case completion. All right, the clinical mentors will sit down with that students. They need to discharge the student's name from the patient's name in the system.
Okay.
If still open, by who or by who, that students must finish up the procedures and discharge it from the system. Otherwise, 10 years, the students will be there. So we discharge it after professional examination. We need to see the clinical mentors and sit down and see one by one. Let's say 20 patients remaining. So we go through one by one the procedure from the foundation of EMD, the treatment plan. So we do one by one and see how whether they manage to complete or not. Or if not complete, why? Okay, that is the thing we do in UITM.
The clinical method is for one student to attend one mentor and to be the same for the clinical is year 3 year 4.
One group,
one student, one mentor.
One clinical mentor, 10 students, 10 mentees.
10 mentees.
Yeah.
For those 10 mentees, when they pass,
so they will go to
3
years. So the clinical mentor will work with the students for 3 years. So they don't like sort of change or year 4 another clinical. So they lost their data, the progress of their students.
Until they graduate, they will give the same.
After they graduate, so now this new year 3 student will be assigned to you. So they will be with the student for 2 years. Okay, so the progress, if let's say students very weak, the clinical mentors work for you before we give the reports to the academic mentors as well, and also presented to the HEP or the faculty. What is the reason these students are very lacking, very weak? Yeah, any problem with the personal problem or any stressful problem? So many things. Prof can explain more about that.
Yeah, we have one clinical mentor, one academic mentor, one mentor, one academic mentor. So that this clinical mentor will monitor the clinical program. The other mentor will see overall. And the problem could be psychology, or general behavior. So the clinical mentor, if you have problem, we don't start the mentor. If you don't have any other problem, we need to go
family problem, for example, or learning or correct? Psychology or so we have that. There's nothing wrong with it. And what happens to a student who is very studious to complete all the cases that is required?
Yeah, there is some fast track, meaning the fast students, we will ask them to help the weak students. Meaning if they finish up the requirements, we need to assist the weak students. And because we get 592.
Yeah. For example, if they are advanced public, so they are session to weak cases, more assistance.
Yeah.
More assistance. If they want to continue taking cases also, you allow them to do it.
Yeah, we allow. They can do extra requirements if they want. But if they want to assist, we giving a choice to them. You want to help your friend, or you want to be selfish a little bit, give more. You want to have more experience on the tutor. So it's up to them. It's their choice.
So every year, how many months you give this comprehensive care program? Every year, every academic year. The whole thing duration is it in months or weeks? Like every year
throughout.
From the first week until the last week, they have one session as comprehensive.
The clinical years of.
Okay, so it is also an add-on. We don't have no therapy, no orthopedic. So usually only one chance for the student timetable will be on comprehensive care. But we only have pedo clinic, but pedo is a special group of patients. They have a pedo clinic, but the rest are for OM, for minor or in fact. Oral is very simple exercise, and also we ask them to do it from their home.
If mobile.
If minor or very there, they go down for oral. So systematic.
So if you can see from here, for example, you can see the yellow. Yellow is orthodontic. Orthodontics will come. This is postal. Two postal will come. The clear one is my department.
Comprehensive.
Yeah. So if we will plus this roster on the semester, so we can manage or we can they will know which cost. For example, I want orthodontics, like I said, I want to complete the computer section. So therefore, there is a and also so it's actually multidiscipline. We don't do by discipline based like the students will be exchanged with the two doctorants in one comprehensive care clinic. Yeah. Is there any favoritism between student and lecturer, or do you rotate the students among lecturers? Initially, it's like burden to one discipline. Let's say I want to do operative, so like all the students, maybe 10 students will go there. So initially it's like that. So we have received complaints from the specialists. So what we do, we limit. Okay, so the class rep will know, okay, if you book for like sort of fine for this lecturer, we cannot go to no more for this lecturer, we have to go. We have to for another patient, which is like, let's say orthodontics, orthodontic treatment or postoperative. So you cannot, let's say, call for the operative treatment. And that particular section.
That is the case, then it is very difficult to monitor the students' presence, right? Sometimes they will never go to any of the departments, they will be sleeping at school.
But we manage. We manage, yeah, after a few improvements. To say, yeah, from 2017 up to now, I think about 3 times we sit down together how we want to improve and to satisfy everyone, not only the lecturer and also the students, how they can achieve the CC clinic, and also the supervisor will satisfy or comfortable to supervise in the CC clinic. So far we manage.
I have a question. Yeah. So what role does the community dentistry exactly your comprehensive clinic?
Okay, the community people will supervise the efficiency part one, the ICDAS one, and also the OSHA, or hygiene instruction. But clearly supervised.
What about
I have one preventive under my department. Yeah. So the preventive I assigned her for the maybe
your stress on that?
yes, but that one they have to go to community discipline, public health discipline. They need to sit down with the public health lecturers. And
So that is not included in
no. Yeah. We have a simple GDP work. For the more
because that involves more time, right?
Yes, yes, especially for the student session. They have to review
So Dr. Right side is a weekly schedule.
This is the master schedule from the Deputy of Academic. All right, from here I expect you. I work after the class.
This is only for your comprehensive clinical.
Yeah, because all this is the clinical roster for your the clinical 3, 4, 5. But here is the year 2 investigation lab. Basically, exhibition lab is so the coordinator will also insert to the graphic, in the graphic. So after they insert everything, so I will tidy up, see the arrangement where the SLP met, the disciplines or not, before I blast the students.
Do you
It's quite a task to do this, it's not simple actually.
So do you permit students to go across other faculties if they don't have any patient in CC comprehensive clinic? Yeah.
They cannot get at least on step. They cannot go to other things. No, PDO, they have some section. Also, is all time.
Like this one is a PO. This one is OM. So dedicated session for PO and OM. Only this group is for CC.
So the patient lab session, how is it being?
It's a dedicated, it's assigned already by the DPD, the main timetable. So I think
the lab, the beginning the scheme work up, like let's say they have also in-person meeting and then they want to do all the lab work.
or they're allowed to go.
And then they bring the people, they want to go to left.
So that is a separate session that.
No, we are not going to run it again.
Yeah.
They can go anytime they finish. For them, they in the laboratory.
They can go to the lab report.
You allow them to go to
Yeah,
the lab.
yeah.
And we open the lab until 6:30. So they can stay 6:30. 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Yeah.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, 7 o'clock for the students.
We have technician working and we open the lab on Saturday. We open the lab on Saturday.
You have the rotation between the staff. You can say that.
Yeah, they have
Rotation.
the technician rotation. Yeah.
Technician, staff, academic staff.
They won't supervise in the lab because it's only pouring. Yeah, it's
not
more
calibrated.
to-
Yeah. From morning 8 to 7, we have the lab working. Library?
Library, anytime they can go. But now students have started go to library or digital.
E-book.
E-book, e-journal. Only they want to study.
The study book.
With the mother, they cannot go to e-book, e-journal.
Yeah, it's quite challenging as well.
Very challenging.
But we learn from
Yeah, I know,
it.
we want to is now students have to choose some lecture. But we try to minimize students to choose. We want them to. If they choose, they don't know who is coming. Are they going to wait? So which possibility is coming, they won't know. If they try to wait, they will lose time. So they have to learn how to learn with all the specialists. So we different structure with shares when, although we know some lecturers are doing others, but we try to manage that they try to not be with like the other. But at the end of the day, you know, every session we have auto, we have perio, we have OBE, we have auto, before coming. So you can finish your session at everybody.
So they can, like, the specialist can be anyone to monitor the case, it will not be the continuity of the same.
Implant is there, because everybody, we have a guidance, we have a rubric to follow.
Rubrics, yeah. Unless Mola Endo. Mola Endo, we assign one per supervisor to be one to follow up, yeah. Because maybe something happened in the week, during working life, that will translate to the child GP. So they need to go to the supervisors.
The remaining procedures is like up to the supervisor
Yeah,
can be changed.
yeah. So I think any supervisors, that's why we do quite calibration period.
Because after this now we have either all the criteria is either before we approve, we have to go step and see all the reviews. So everybody has to look. I mean, the student has to look, and the lecturer also has to check that all these rubrics are met before. And we can also train later on if let's say lecturer is linear, we can have who approve this.
Yeah.
We can check who approve.
Progress not we know.
We know who is lecturer approved. Because when they sign in, their name will be attached to the specific stage that is.
So to be on,
Scary, right?
to be on just the writer side, we ask you, like, if you have been given an option to go discipline wise rather than a comprehensive thing, would you prefer to go back or you want to stay?
I think I would rather recommend this integrated because students are free to perform any procedures rather than they have limited time to do this one. And I don't have rostro this week. I need to wait next week or next 2 weeks. If let's say,
when we do a survey, the students will prefer it.
yeah,
Because every day they don't have to wait next section,
next
or when the
month.
rostro session comes, or the end of the every practice is done.
And to prepare a timetable for comprehensive care is easy compared to when you put for discipline.
Yeah.
This one is very difficult when we have a very higher number of students.
Yeah, we have, but we manage, we have 18.
Yeah, that's what, the comprehensive care with the number of students.
Although Zarina has 23 active staff.
20 active, yeah.
But the rest of the faculty also have it.
It's not the job of my
yes,
department.
20 is involved in becoming a clinical mentor. That extra but the supervision, the rest of the faculty all come.
So they come back and do the two sessions.
Besides, for example, also they have postgrad. But the department more than postgrad, but they also have in the undergrad. Because I believe that everybody should teach undergrad. Because unless you take the postgrad, you tend to forget what the undergrad is important to do. So everybody has to teach undergrad at least one session a week, although they have postgrad.
In post-graduation curriculum,